getaway dreamer. I couldn't get enough, thinking that we would last forever.
Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Hi, Yami. Hi, Oak. Hi, everybody. Well, I should probably get rid of this music and switch to a little different music. The game music here. There we go. Gotta get in the mood. Welcome on in, everybody. What is today? I don't even know. It's Thursday. Hopefully you guys are having a great Thursday. Welcome. Hi. We are going to be playing a game today called Ambition, a Minuet in Power. And no, I am terrible at accents, so I'm probably not going to attempt to do any weird accents when I'm reading this. Unless it slips out, because apparently when I was younger, I used to sound like a cowboy from Texas growing up. When I didn't live in Texas, I lived in the Midwest, and my mom and dad were very concerned that I sounded like a cowboy with a Texan accent, so they tried to help me change my accent, and by doing so, I started to sound British for a while. I'm not sure how that ended up happening, but then eventually I got whatever the heck this is my accent that I have now. Anyways, occasionally I do slip into a weird British accent. For no reason at all, or a cowboy accent, I guess. So, yeah. But anyways, that has nothing to do with this. This game is a game that I've wanted to play for quite some time, and it looks like a lot of fun. Also, this is the music from the game. Let's meet the middle with a Britain cowboy voice for our French character. I cannot do a French accent to save my life. I feel like I would insult the people that have the cool, actual, real French accents if I tried. Maybe it would be so terrible that it would actually just amuse them, but I don't want to insult people, so I think I'll just try not to. I'm terrible with real accents, like, terrible. That's why I never do them. So, yeah, because I feel embarrassed for myself and for them trying to listen to them. So, we'll just, yeah, we'll try to play without the accents, but I do almost feel like this game you need to read, like, in a British or... I think there's some French characters, I'm not sure, actually. But I'm looking forward to playing this. So, with that said, let's hop in to Ambition, a Minuet in Power. We will be making new game. Oh, is the audio for the game good for you guys? The music and such? Let me know if I need to make it louder. Alright. The carriage rumbles and bounces along the cobbles as you approach Paris. It's taken over a week to get here, even carrying just yourself and your luggage. These dots mean there's more story ahead. Click anywhere in this text box to advance. Okay. Your fiancé, Armand, arranged for the carriage to take you from your small village to a tavern he enjoys called the Orphan's Feast. There he'll meet up with you. You'll likely take dinner together, and then he'll show you to your new home in Paris. Paris! For now, though, you've already finished all your books and Armand's letters. Letter is your only entertainment, other than staring out the window. These buttons in the text box let you select what you'll do or say. Okay. This choice is for characterization purposes. It will not impact your path or stats. Speak your mind. Okay. Might as well take in the sights. Reading the letter one more time wouldn't hurt. Oh yeah, let's read the letter. You must have read the brief letter over 100 times, but you always found new details to puzzle over. Armand's letters were often extremely long, a habit you'd frequently tease him for in your own missives. Chérie Yvette, I know it may be sudden, but I want to invite you to live with me in Paris. Back in your provincial hometown, you were engaged to Armand before he moved north to Paris to participate in the Estates General. He dreamed of changing the country, and this was the political event of the century. You mailed love letters soaked in perfume. He replied with volumes about how much he misses you. The romance of it all helped make up for the inconvenience. Not that your parents cared much about the romance. At first, you'd been afraid to tell them their youngest daughter wanted to move far away. Instead, they nearly threw you onto the carriage to follow Armand to Paris. While you understood the significant benefits your common family would receive from your marriage into a noble one, you couldn't help but be a little annoyed at their eagerness to see you off. I can't wait for you to see it. It's unlike anything back home, a truly vital place where anyone can be anything. I don't know how to say this. De t'embrasser? Whatever that means. Someone who knows French, please tell me. And that's probably not how you pronounce that at all. Armand. That was something you were looking forward to, a chance to be something more. After all, Baroness Yvette de Marbeau has a certain ring to it. Might as well take in the sights. You crane your neck out the window to peer at Paris. It's even more than you imagined. The streets are a riot of color and energy as people go about their day. Elegant persons of fashion strut like brilliant peacocks. Students stumble under the weight of their books. Beggars alternate between pleading for alms and shouting invectives at passers-by. Everything feels significant, like the world's next act hinges on all of their choices. Though part of you is worried by your unfamiliar surroundings, you mostly feel excited. This place is to be the stage for your new life. Before you know it, the carriage starts slowing down. You must be here. Armand arranged to meet you at tavern named the Orphan's Feast. As tired and rumpled as you are, you're glad that he planned to meet you in a place with ample food and wine. When you arrive, the coachman helps you out of the carriage and you find yourself outside a glowing, friendly-looking tavern. The sign shows a grubby-looking child holding a plate piled high with fresh bread and roasted meats. This must be the place. Inside, a woman polishing a lantern looks up at you as you enter, and her face breaks into a bright smile. Bonjour, madame, and welcome to the Orphan's Feast. Her eyes linger expectantly on the door for a moment before settling to you. You're suddenly reminded of how rare it is for women to travel by themselves. How may I be of service, she asks. Let's do the tutorial. This is my first time here. Is there anything I should know to help me find my fiancé? Don't worry. While the rest of the city can be rather cutthroat, the Orphan's Feast is a relaxed place for getting your feet under you. The woman puts down the lantern she was polishing. What's that look? She favors you with a devious smile. Find guests worth talking to and try to say the right things to the right people. You'll never have time to talk to everyone, so try to use your time wisely. I'm sure that if you ask around, you'll be able to find your fiancé in no time. When she puts it that way, it suddenly sounds so easy. While you only have one outfit to your name at the moment, the Orphan's Feast doesn't feel like a particularly judgmental place in terms of fashion. Your credibility won't be shifted by what you're wearing here. As long as you explore the tavern and talk to people, you should be able to find Armand soon enough. This is the party map. Select a room to talk with the people there. For all these... so this was the lady we talked with. Remaining turns 2 of 2. Should I talk with this guy or this guy? Left or right? Let's go this way. Oh, I can read them. Okay. A fellow traveler sits at a nearby table, having recently become acquainted with Paris himself. Perhaps he'll be able to point you in the right direction. Alex Favor? Honorade Favor? Ludovico Favor? What does this one give me? Not a lot. While you search for Armand, a handsome young man approaches you. Perhaps he'll be able to help. You've spent a long while in the discomfort of that carriage. Now might be a good time to get something to drink and see if the staff knows where you can find Armand. Let's talk with this kid. He has the most things to him, I guess. You approach a man standing by himself. His wig is slightly disheveled, and he has fresh mud on his boots. Ah, bonjour, madame. You must have just arrived in Paris as well, he says affably. Where did you journey from? An idyllic farming town to the south. Little sorry I left it behind. Nowhere significant. Happier to be here. I'm actually looking for someone. Do you know where I could find the Baron de Marbo? I'll do the first one. I'm a bit sorry I left it behind. Do not worry, madame. I'm sure you'll be able to return there soon enough. He replies with a warm laugh. I myself came a few months ago from similar idyllic surroundings in Brittany. But of course, the harvest has not been so good this year, which is what brings me to Paris. I'm searching for a way to revitalize our estate. Back home, I tried new farming techniques, imported tools, and I even built a shrine to Saint Isidore himself. Yet it was to no avail, so I am here in search of a solution. Et toi, madame? What has brought you to Paris so far from home? I am here because my fiancé Armand is here. I'd follow him anywhere. This is the only place where I can achieve the status I deserve. Paris is a hub of trade, wealth, and craftsmen. It's where I can get the lifestyle I want. I'm gonna go with, 'cause my fiancé.
Oh-ho!
Are you dancing to the music? It is kind of a bop. I want to turn the camera and look at the person, like the band that's playing just off to the side. You traveled all the way here for you traveled all the way here for your fiancé. Such love and devotion reminds me of when I was your age. His eyes have a far-off look for a moment. Never let yourself lose sight of such things. If that is why you are here, you might want to seek out those associated with the church. Love and tradition are very much on their minds. You've gained a little favor with the members of the church. Don't worry, you'll meet them later. Okay. So this Armand of yours, what brought him to Paris? His business isn't mine to discuss? Well, he's the Baron de Marbo, and he is here for the Estates General. His business isn't mine to discuss.
Huh.
He nods his head affably. My apologies, madam. I didn't mean to pry. Discretion is such a rare virtue in this day and age that I'd almost forgotten it entirely. Oh, I got credibility. Let's go. The two of you... What does that say? Gain some credibility. The more credibility you have, the easier it is for you to deceive someone during a credibility check. Okay. The two of you spend the next few minutes exchanging small talk and pleasant travel stories. I have a hiccup, sorry. It's nice to talk with another person again, even if it's about nothing in particular. Eventually he excuses himself, as he needs to make it to some sort of appointment. A pleasant diversion, but you're no closer to finding Armand than when you started. You have a limited amount of turns to talk at each party. Conversing in a room always costs 1 turn, so choose wisely where to continue. Wait, where'd everybody else go? I guess it changes every time, so I can only pick like 1 every time. Okay. So we have to talk to these people. Now that you're more acclimated to the guests and travelers of the Orphan's Feast, you should be able to find someone that can lead you to Armand. After hours of questioning and searching, it's late in the evening and you have still yet to find Armand. You're not even sure why, but you feel exhausted. Who knew talking to people was such hard work? Now that you're warmed up, this may be your chance to finally find out where Armand is. You approach a woman who you had spotted glancing your way earlier. I'm looking for my fiancé. Have you seen him? Pardon me, have you seen the Baron de Marbo? My name's Yvette, and I'm looking for someone. Can you help me? I'm looking for Armand. You seen him?
Mm-hmm.
At the mention of Armand's name, she laughs nervously. She makes small talk for a brief moment before excusing herself and disappearing into the crowd. The room appears to be emptying out. A gentleman you remember seeing earlier walks by. He might prove a little more useful. Monsieur, a moment of your time. Have you seen my fiancé, the Baron de Marbo? Excuse me, could you help a woman in need? Do you know a man named Armand? Have you seen my fiancé, the Baron de Marbo? He looks at you, glances over to the woman who you spoke with earlier, and then quickens his pace as he walks by.
Huh.
The room is emptying out even faster now. You manage to get the attention of another woman. Hello, could you excuse? Excuse? She doesn't even slow down before she leaves. After a third person gives you the cold shoulder, you're starting to wonder what happened. Are you really that out of place? Is it something about Armand? What is going on here? Still, you check around the Orphan's Feast one last time. There's no sign of Armand, not even an open tab with the tavern keeper. After waiting around for a few hours, you leave the Orphan's Feast, dragging your small mountain of luggage behind you. After all, the coach was only hired to take you to the tavern. Hey, Reaper! Welcome, how are you? After all, the coach was only hired to take you to the tavern. Armand may not have been waiting for you like he said he would, but you memorized his address from all the times you wrote it on your letters to him. It's the middle of the night, but the street is still teeming with life. The light from the windows and the street lamps sparkle like stars. You're tired and your feet hurt, but still, you can't help but smile. This is it. This is Paris. No matter what happens, you're still here. For a brief moment, you're not a country girl dragging luggage through the streets. You're the person you feel that you are when you close your eyes alone. You're overseeing a grand salon surrounded by poets, musicians, scientists, philosophers, and artists. You are elegant, sophisticated, and respected. You're getting close to the address. Armand never described his living conditions much, but he is the son of a baron, and his family was always well-to-do, especially compared to yours. You've spent a lot of time in that carriage wondering about the home you'd spend your new life in. Still, you didn't expect this. Oof. That's not good. Calling the house rustic would imply that you were out in the country, not in the center of a city. The neighborhood is nice enough, but you're worried that if you breathe too hard on the building, it'll fall over. A well-kept woman in the attire of a maid opens the door and approaches you. Ah, bonjour. I assume you must be Madame Yvette. My name is Camille. Monsieur Armand told me to expect you. Is this where he lives? Oh god, the rats in there ate him, didn't they? Merci, Camille. Please take me to Armand. I was hoping that he was with you, Camille replies hastily. Oh, hesitantly. I haven't seen him in days. Thank you, Camille. Do you think Armand's alright? He has a lot of explaining to do. At this, Camille takes a deep, nervous breath. I'm afraid to tell you that you'll have to wait, madame. It's been days since I've seen Monsieur Armand. I was hoping that he was with you. While you're still processing this latest disappointment, Camille seems to notice your mountain of luggage for the first time. Mon Dieu, madame, did you carry all of this yourself? You must be exhausted. Make her my husband? I'll try. She's not wrong. You're not certain how you're still upright and awake right now. I've already made up your bed, madame. Please go inside and let me take care of this. You take your diary and leave the heavy lifting to Camille. The inside of the house isn't much better than the outside. Camille keeps the place tidy, but she can only do so much. Still, you don't care about that right now. You're just happy to have a roof over your head. You flop down on a nearby couch, open your diary, and start to write. You're tired, disappointed, and perhaps abandoned, but writing things down always helps you make sense of a situation. Alright. Well, that's not a good start. 21st Mars 1789. Early the next morning, Camille approaches you, occasionally wringing her apron with her hands. She's obviously nervous. Madame, there's something you should know. Taking a deep breath, she continues. You're expected to attend a party the day after tomorrow, held by one Viscountess Marcel Defoe. I mean, Armand replied to the invitation, but you were to be his date. Splendid, a party! Why didn't you tell me sooner? What do you know about this Viscountess Defoe? I'm sorry, madame, but a Viscountess, it just felt above my station, so I tried not to pay attention whenever she came up, Camille replies with a shrug. I know that she never visited the house. Monsieur Armand seemed to like her, but from what I could tell, she was a little, how do I put this? Judgmental. She was a little very judgmental. I hope that helps, madame. Well, at least I have a party to go to. Camille looks visibly relieved. Buffet, if you need anything washed or prepared, just ask. That reminds me, Camille exclaims. If you're going to a party, you should probably make sure you're dressed appropriately. Fashion moves so quickly here that people retire outfits before they even wear out. At this proclamation, you can't help but notice that Camille's uniform has been repaired many, many times. Camille continues. Monsieur Armand was always going through clothes so quickly. He said that every outfit had a certain amount of novelty. Every time you wore them to a party, the novelty would go down a bit. In fact, even a little thing, like wearing the same thing twice in a row, could run the novelty out faster. Can you imagine? Fortunately, he knew the most delightful clothier on Rue de Faubourg Saint-Honoré. She runs a shop called Le Petit Mogul. I'll draw you some directions. Immediately she starts sketching some directions, mostly just simple renderings of local landmarks. Le Petit Mogul is now available to visit in the Paris map. If you head out today, you should be well prepared for the party tomorrow night. You've gained a level of exhaustion by attending a party. Any levels of exhaustion you have at the start of a party or rendezvous will give you a penalty to your credibility. Worry not, for you'll discover ways to reduce your exhaustion soon. Okay. Wardrobe. This is the only outfit I have. So, am I supposed to go shopping? Is that what she wants me to do? Whoa. Okay. Well, let's explore Paris, I guess. What is this? Le Petit Mogul. A small shop run by the dressmaker Fatima Jenna. Spend your day here. Wait. Fatima? Oh my god. I'm sorry. That name makes me giggle because of, just, there's this stupid movie with a character named Fatima. Anyways. Spend your day here to buy and sell wardrobe items. Do it. It's a long walk to Rue de Faubourg Saint-Honoré, but the trek to the narrow street is worth it. Every block comes with a vibrant energy bursting with life. Porters and social climbers wind their way through the streets festooned with brightly colored parcels. Paris may be a city swimming in fashion and finery, but this is the source. This street is home to all the major fashion houses in the country, and to Rose Burden, personal dressmaker, to the queen herself. And now you're here. Back home, they sigh and dream of places like this, then quietly get back to their little lives. Not you. Your circumstances may be less than ideal, but you're still here. Le Petit Mogul, you mumbled to yourself idly, trying to make sure you remember the name of the shop. Eventually, you find a small boutique, tucked between some far grander buildings. Ooh. You open the door and walk into the tiny shop, which seems even smaller due to how absolutely full it is. This isn't just a boutique, it's a workshop for whoever works here. Rolls of gorgeous fabric cover every available surface. A cloying smoke hangs in the air. Scent is pleasant, but wholly unfamiliar. As soon as the door swings shut behind you, you hear a sudden rustling of fabric further in the store. A customer, Hamdullah, a surprisingly young voice calls out. Ooh, he looks cool. Bonjour, madame, and welcome to Le Petit Mogul. A woman, presumably the owner, calls out to you. How may I help you? I have an important party soon. It was this. What is that smell? Oh, that. Her cheeks flush with embarrassment. That's lucky incense. I light it on slow business days. Her next words are a quiet mumble. My mother gave it to me. Now, how may I help you? Tutorial, please. All of this is so new. What can you tell me about outfits and fashion? At those words, she looks giddy to the point of bursting, but tries to play it off as a knowing smile. This deception is only half successful. Oh, I think I can help with that. Select one of my lovely outfits to see if it is to your liking. Remember, my stock changes every day, so be sure to visit often. Ooh, fancy! Every faction in the game prefers different kinds of outfits. Dressing appropriately for the occasion makes people trust you more and increase your credibility. If you like it, you can click the purchase button to buy it. Let's see, so this gives me -9 to the crown. -7 to the church, but military, bourgeoisie, and revolution are all bonuses. Might not be bad. How much is this one cost? This costs 100? Oof. That's all my money, right? Yeah, that's all my money. Maybe not that one. Let's see, this looks exactly the same, but it has slightly different statistics. Slightly more to the military, less to the church, and more to the bourgeoisie. That one costs 98. This, ooh, I like those colors. It's pretty. They're all bad for the crown and the church. Military, bourgeoisie, revolution in it. Let's see. That has a lot of military. Whoa. Humble caraco skirt. Cute. So this one is good for the crown and the church and the military, but not the bourgeoisie or the revolution. Whoa my gosh. Look how big and poofy that skirt is. How would you even walk in that? How could you even walk through a door? A crown. +3, the church is -5. Military 14, bourgeoisie +5, and revolution is -3. This one costs 56, so this is the cheapest. Alright, which one are we picking? This one's 88. This one's 98. And this one is 100. I have, like, no money. Maybe we'll go with this one for now. 88, let's do it. You've just spent some of your money. Liveries are used to buy outfits, pay servants, and more. Try to make sure you always have some on hand. I'll try. You awaken to the vision of sunlight filtering through the shutters, scattering sunbeams across this dusty bedroom. It takes a few minutes before you groggily remember the events that brought you here. You also remember that tonight you have a party to attend. Camille enters your bedroom, already full of cheer. Madame, when would you like to start getting ready? If this is as important as the invitation makes it seem, I should start preparing now.
Ah.
That's good to hear. These preparations always seem to take all day. All day? Gross. On days where you have a party, you won't really have time to spend exploring Paris. Once you go to your wardrobe, we can get started. I've never really done anything like this. Is there anything I should know? Don't worry, madame. A glamorous woman like yourself is sure to catch on quickly. Click here to go to the wardrobe. Okay. Click on an outfit to select what you will wear to this party. This party is being held by the Crown. They like conservative gowns. Sometimes they like caraco ensembles and robes a la polonaise. This has 0 to the Crown. This has -4, so let's go with this one, I guess. Go to the party. When your carriage drops you off at the party, you find yourself waiting in line for quite some time. Looking at the other guests, you wonder if you're underdressed or overdressed. It's honestly hard to tell. While trying to determine whether you're underdressed or overdressed, you pause to consider how well rested you feel. Unfortunately, you can feel exhaustion set in as soon as you think of the full itinerary ahead of you. Tonight is going to be a long night. Being exhausted has given you a credibility penalty. You look over yourself one last time and confirm that you're wearing your provincial outfit to a party being held by the Crown. The guests have no strong feelings on your outfit, and your credibility has not changed much. With preparations like this, the results of tonight could be a toss-up. While you're determining your standing in the world of fashion, you manage to overhear an interesting rumor while in line. You make a mental note of it just in case. You've gained a piece of cheap Crown gossip. This will be useful later. Immediately upon entering the vestibule, you're greeted by a doorman holding a small ledger. While he isn't physically barring your entry, his manner certainly is. Name, madame? He asks expectantly. Should I say my name, or should I say his name? I mean, it was under his name, so let's go with that. Baron Armand de Marbeau. The valet looks shocked. Baron, why are you dressed? A moment later, he composes himself. I see. You are the Baron's date. My apologies. Is there anything I can get you? Please convey my deepest gratitude to our hostess and that I am eager to meet her. Would you be able to take this gift of wine to our hostess? Uh-oh. Should I pay that? 10? I'm not gonna have any money if I do. Sure, why not? I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't know these people. Oh. Oui, madame. I shall make sure that the Viscountess hears of it myself. You hear some murmurs from other guests in the vestibule. Your gratitude and enthusiasm seem to have made an impression on them, though the doorman seems rather unfazed. I got credibility, let's go! Before you can ask any other questions, he bows deeply to you, I think. What it's supposed to say? Pardonnez-moi, madame? Countess de Faux instructed me specifically to inform her as soon as you had arrived. We have heard so much about you. Enjoy the party, he says with a smile before leaving. Alright. Let's do it. Party time. Some guests are admiring a painting of the hostess. Apparently it was painted by someone of considerable skill. In fact, you might even be able to meet such a person later. The gentleman who just entered the room seems like he's been quite a few of these sort of events. Perhaps he can tell you more about the host of the party, Viscountess Marcel Defoe. A pair of ladies are whispering amongst themselves about some rumor concerning the families of His Majesty King Louis, the 16th? That information could be useful later. I'm curious about the painter. In the corner of the party, you find two guests clustered around a painting hanging on the wall. They're talking in low voices to themselves. You pause to examine the painting yourself. It's a beautiful piece that shows the hostess standing in a field, posing with her dog. The eyes and lips in particular look marvelously lifelike. Do you have any idea how Marcel managed to get this? A man asks, his face the picture of shock. Not taking his eyes off the painting for a moment, he must know the Viscountess Defoe very well in order to use her first name so freely. I have no idea, the woman replies, glancing furtively around the room. Ever since Madame Lebrun started painting portraits of the Queen herself, she seems to feel that she is above normal social niceties. It must have cost a fortune just to make an opening in Madame Lebrun's schedule. You assume that Madame Lebrun knew much about social niceties to begin with, the man quips, and the two of them share a sly chuckle at the absent artist's expense. You'd think that someone who worked on commission would care a little more about what others thought of her. The woman turns and asks you furtively, what do you think of Madame Lebrun and her eccentricities? Personally, I've always admired her willingness to strain against convention. I think Madame Lebrun can be as rude as she pleases. Her skills speak for themselves. Not even great painters are above the consequences of society. Lebrun will have her as yet. This choice requires an easy credibility challenge. This choice will increase your peril by a small amount. Let's try it. I've always admired her willingness to strain against convention. Surprised, the man turns to you with a cocked eyebrow. Oh, you really think making beautiful work can justify her transgressions? The once snide guests stand quiet for a while, considering your point. Slowly they nod, and their faces break into polite smiles. My, I didn't realize we had such a fan in our midst. I suppose one can forgive an artist for being so eccentric, as long as their work remains beautiful. That qualifier at the end of her statement feels unnecessary, but it's an improvement. Nice. Gained a little favor with Madame Lebrun. Don't worry, you'll meet her later. Okay. With an exchange of polite nods, you part ways with these guests in order to explore the rest of the party. Well, this is the only one I can go with. A woman in a staggeringly pink dress is approaching you carrying her pet dog. Judging by the way other guests are looking at her, you can surmise that this is the Viscountess Marcel Defoe, the woman who invited you and Armand here. Okay, let's go say hi. Oh my. She's very pink. Her dog is cute though. You nearly mistake the woman standing in front of you for some kind of walking confection. A pampered dog lounges in her arms. I don't believe we had the chance to properly introduce ourselves. I am Viscountess Marcel Defoe. Her voice raises in volume imperceptibly, but it's enough to draw the attention of the large crowd in the room. Everyone, this is Yvette, Armand's fiancée. A murmur of interest washes through the crowd, and you can feel their eyes focus on you. I'm so glad to see you. Armand, that ambitious little thing, has told me so much about you. In fact, I'd say that he's quite infatuated with you. A common girl like yourself, you're so lucky. Gained a little credibility, cool. Where is Armand, by the way? That's actually what I was hoping to find out. Do you know where I could find him? An easy credibility challenge. Poor Armand is ill at the moment, but he just insisted I attend your party. I don't know if I would pass it. I'm just gonna say that's what I was hoping to find out. Marcel stares at you, concerned and shocked. You don't know where he is, and yet you still came to this little event of mine. He gestures a free hand at the most splendid party you have ever seen in your life. That is so kind of you. Of course I'll help. You gained a little credibility. Nice. After all, you've already helped me. What? Armand, that ambitious little rat, was always reaching above his station, always asking for people to listen to ideas that nobody should even dare entertain. His audacity truly knows no bounds. Her eyes are focused on you, but she is speaking to the crowd, who seem to whisper in agreement. Even the dog regards you with malice. Now, not only do I find out that he's a coward who has fled his fiancée and the consequences of his gall, but now I have this commoner who doesn't know her place either. Why did you invite Armand here? I'm guessing this means you don't know where he is. I may be a commoner, but at least I know how to treat my guests. Ooh! Will increase my peril by a small amount. I'm so tempted, though. I don't think I should, though. I don't know. I'm guessing this means you don't know where he is. Marcel pauses to pet her dog. I don't know where he is. In fact, it's a shame that Armand's already scurried off somewhere. I was really hoping to tell him this to his face, but then again, he always was so good at disappointing people. You'll have to do. Please pay attention, because I hate repeating myself. Your Armand is gone, off somewhere on another one of his foolish little political endeavors. However, if you should ever find him, tell him that he is a traitorous weasel who should go back to whatever backwater he crawled out of and leave the running of this country to his superiors. Oh, my credibility! A small cheer rings up from the crowd. Marcel studies your face intently for a moment, and her voice suddenly fills with concern. Oh, you poor girl, don't look so hurt. Think of this as education. Think of this as educational. You don't belong in Paris the same way that a stray cat doesn't belong in that dress. She gestures dismissively at your finery. Trying to look like us, act like us, stop. You're just embarrassing yourself. Now leave my estate and never show your face here again. Before you can reply, a valet grabs you roughly by the arm and drags you from the room. People like Viscountess Defoe don't need to do their own dirty work. They have servants for it. It takes far longer than you'd like to get outside, as the entryway is crowded with guests preparing to leave. You can feel their eyes weighing heavily on you. When you finally get to the door, you feel a brutish shove and you stumble out into the courtyard, barely keeping your balance in your heels. The area is equally crowded, with various persons entering their personal carriages. You hear somebody snicker, but you have no idea who it was. The only thing left to do is go home. Sigh, this has been a night. I'll just leave. Fine by me. My face was the only pretty thing in that gaudy house anyway. I'll just leave. Choosing to take the high ground, you straighten your posture and hold your head high, striding towards your carriage as if it was your intention to leave like this all alone. While you make a great effort to haughtily avoid eye contact with all of those watching you, you can tell that some of them are quite surprised by your decorum in this dire situation. Ooh, I got credibility for that. Nice. When you arrive at the place where your carriage is parked, you quickly find out that it isn't. It's gone. You check to make sure that you're in the right place, but to no avail. The carriage you hired is simply not there. He went home, a passing coachman says helpfully, while adjusting the harness on a particularly grumpy horse. Norman came out about an hour ago and told him you wanted the coach to leave without you. Seemed real important, so he went home. Before you can even respond, he gets his carriage moving, leaving you alone with yet another indignity. Going back to Marcel is obviously unacceptable. It's too far to walk home, and most of the other guests have already left. However, there appear to be 3 other carriages waiting to leave, each of them quite different. Perhaps one of them can help. Let's inspect them all. The humble carriage to the left. The carriage to the left of you is of foreign design and features a gilded crest as its only ornamentation. This crest is emblazoned with a motto in Latin and appears to belong to a priest of some description. The curtains are drawn, but someone appears to have lit a lantern inside. Judging by the occupant's silhouette, it looks like he's reading. You consider the humble carriage for a moment. Is this who you'd like to ride with? A priest should be willing to help a poor innocent woman like myself. Let's go. Let's examine the other carriages. Gold carriage in the middle. The carriage in front of you is obviously being used by a soldier of some sort. The driver is leaning intently toward the passenger compartment, waiting for orders. You recognize the insignia of the Queen's Dragoons on the side of the carriage. It feels noble and proud, but also capable. You consider the bold carriage for a moment. Is this who you'd like to ride with? He's a man of honor, sworn to protect France. I am the next best thing to that. Let's go. What's the other carriage? The carriage to your right is richly decorated, yet somber. Swags of black creep hang from the roof of the carriage, leaving only glimmers of the gold underneath. The decidedly feminine bent of the decorations indicates that the occupant is a woman, but of all the black suggests that she is in mourning. You consider the extravagant carriage for a moment. A wealthy widow helping a lost soul in need. It works in the books. Let's go. I'm gonna go with the... Let's go with the soldier guy. Settled in your decision, You set out, ready to entrust your fortune to an honorable stranger. At the sound of your approaching footsteps, the coachman's hand flickers toward his weapon. Turning towards you, he looks you up and down before he relaxes. With an apologetic nod, he gestures you toward the door of the carriage. You rap your knuckles gently against the carriage door. The door opens immediately, and the man inside steps out. He bows to you, formal and precise. Corporal Dumas of the Queen's Dragoons. How may I be of service? My name's Yvette Deco? Not sure how to say her name. May I trouble you for a ride to my home? Please call me Yvette. I've been beset by grave misfortune and need your help. Oh man. This one sounds desperate. May I trouble you for a ride to my home? He nods appreciatively, breaking into a warm smile. Ah, straight to the point, Madame Deco. Certainly, we can drop you off. He looks toward the coachman, who gives an affable shrug. Nice. Gain some favor with Alex. Corporal Dumas holds out his hand and helps you into the carriage. The second you're seated, the carriage takes off, working its way toward the main road. The pace is fast and purposeful. Corporal Dumas is across from you, not quite staring, but certainly assessing you. I don't mean to be rude, but what was an enlisted man like yourself doing at that party? Did you have a good time tonight? What made you decide to give a stranger like me a ride? Did you have a good time tonight? Actually, I'm curious about this. I'm gonna ask him the first one. You're not being rude. It's a fair question, he replies, flicking his rank insignia for emphasis. Every now and again, someone remembers my father and sends me an invitation as a courtesy between nobles. Despite my considerable talents, I think they're really just inviting my father's memory, not me. Still, I attend because I'd hate to insult the host by turning them down. A comrade of mine was nice enough to arrange for me to have this carriage for the evening. He waves around to your conveyance, which is probably only meant for officers. Let me turn the question around. What was a commoner like you doing at that party? My fiancé is missing, and he was supposed to be there. I'm just looking for leads. I've been abandoned by the love of my life, and now I have to find him. My fiancé's missing. You're a woman on a mission, then, the Corporal Dumas grins, offering a mock salute. When you find him, I'm sure he'll appreciate your loyalty. At least I can't imagine a man who wouldn't. Nice. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Did you have a good time tonight? Of course. I enjoy being the center of attention, and there isn't an audience I cannot thrill, he laughs. From the theater to the sword, I have repartee for all occasions. As you can tell, I'm also extremely humble. He gives you an exaggerated wink. What about yourself? What happened in there? My fiancé has some enemies. They tried to make sport of me. Emphasis on tried. Our host felt it was acceptable to victimize me for something my fiancé did. I'll do the first one. They tried to make sport of me. Corporal Dumas nods approvingly. I saw your performance outside right as you left. You don't seem very shaken. He sighs and looks out the window at the passing scenery. You made the right move. There's a certain kind of person that sees sport in hurting the vulnerable, whether that vulnerability comes from circumstance, ability, or birth. They're all the same craven creatures that feed on feeling powerful. You can never let them see their barbs land, even when they sting. You deserve better. What made you decide to give a stranger like myself a ride? Hi, Cryos, welcome. How are you? When I wear these colors, I represent the queen herself. I could never turn down a woman in need. He straightens up in his seat, looking every bit the man of action. Besides, it's the right thing to do, which is its own reward. I like this dude. Seems like a nice guy. How do you find yourself to be without a way home? Would you believe that someone tricked my coachman into leaving without me? Our horrid host convinced my idiot coachman to abandon me. The first one.
Oh-ho!
He chuckles. Well, you're here in my carriage, so I have no choice but to believe it. Unless this is some new sport where beautiful women see how many rides they can get from gullible do-gooders like myself. If it is, you'll have to teach me the rules sometime, so we can play on equal footing. You talk with Corporal Dumas for a while longer, exchanging jokes and pleasantries. The conversation turns to your childhood in the country and coming to Paris. As you might have guessed, I'm not from Paris originally either. My father had to sell some precious things in order to bring me across the ocean and pay for my schooling. Needless to say, I was immediately captivated with life here. How are you finding your first few days in Paris? Disappointing. This place has been nothing but cruel to me. It's trying, harsh consequences, but I see the possibility of great rewards. Exhilarating. It's a whole city of luxury, love, and knowledge. It's trying. Finally, someone who gets it. Corporal Dumas slaps his thigh and laughs with excitement. Amazing. I'll have you know that it took me over a year in Paris to fully grasp that fact. Nice. He stares out the window at the city. Sometimes I feel like that's why I fell in love with this place. It does not love unconditionally. It can be infuriatingly fickle. Still, here you can climb to heights greater than any other place in the world. Your conversation with the Corporal Dumas continues for the entire ride. He is polite, forward, and seems to have a healthy respect for you. However, you find that he dodges your questions whenever the subject of his family comes up. You try not to let it bother you. Everyone has their secrets after all. You're surprised by the carriage coming to a stop. You were so lost in dialogue that you hadn't even realized that you managed to make it home. Before the coachman can even hop off of his box, Corporal Dumas opens the door and steps down. He offers you his hand. Ooh, what a gentleman. He helps you down effortlessly and favors you with a theatrical bow. After braving all manners of danger, we have arrived at your home, safe and sound. The Queen's Dragoons are proud to add another great victory to their name. And while we accept no payment, I must ask of you a favor, madame. Name it. The next time that we meet, please call me Thomas Alexander. He pauses to stare into your eyes, or simply Alex if you like. Before you can reply, he has already bounded onto his carriage and sailed off into the night. You turn to your home and see that Camille is already there holding the door open for you. Who was that, she asks. A good soldier doing his duty, nothing more. A most intriguing man of honor, and hopefully someone I'll see more of. Your mind brimming with new possibilities, you step inside and head upstairs. Slowly you get undressed and open your journal to record exactly what transpired tonight. Alright. Establishing oneself. Let me take a sip of my drink. The morning after disaster. You awaken the next morning in a bed that still feels unfamiliar. In the process of waking up, you start to recall the last night's humiliations and wish that they were merely the product of your fitful dreams. Unable to go back to sleep, you spend some time tossing and turning in bed before finally sitting up. Nothing is going to make last night go away. The only option is deciding what to do next. Thank you for the posture check, Yami. Your team Camille? I'm not sure who. Oh, is Camille my maid? Tom was pretty smooth. Dude, what a chivalrous guy. Sitting here fanning my face. He was smooth. You feel exhausted. Not physically, but in your very soul. Like, your fate in Paris has already been decided, and that to remain here would be pointless. It would just be the humiliations of last night over and over again. However, stronger than that exhaustion is the simmering rage you feel, and at the outrageousness of your circumstances, at the injustice of your treatment, and at the thought of going back to your tiny village after finally making it here to Paris. No. You must not go back. You cannot go back. Not while a single candle of your ambition still burns. Camille pops into your room. You're already dressed and ready for the day. Bonjour, madame, she beams. It looks like you had quite an active night. Is there anything I can get you? Please find a spare pillow and smother me. I'm not sure. Do you know how to make a murder look like an accident? Some kind of refreshment, please. Certainly, madame. What can I get you? Camille asks with a smile. Tea, please. I'll need to keep my wits about me if I am to regain people's trust. I'll have wine. Numbing the memory of last night will make me less anxious. Oh. I love tea, so let's go with tea. Camille returns so quickly with the tea that you're certain she made it ahead of time. It's piping hot, fragrant, and not too bitter. You drink the brew in silence, the gears of your mind slowly getting up to speed. The tiredness fades, your anger does not. Got some credibility. Nice. You take a few moments to finish your drink in silence and collect your thoughts. Something that keeps coming to mind is all the gossip you have heard during your time at the party. Most of it was idle prattle, but some of it felt scandalous and valuable. Without an inheritance or a job, you'll need a way to make some money. Maybe someone would be willing to buy this gossip. Is that a thing people do? Camille taps her chin thoughtfully. Well, when I was at La Halles the other day, someone mentioned something about a newspaper with these amazing society pages. I think it was called La Trumpette du Pupil? It's now available to visit. Okay? They'd have to get their stories from somewhere. Why not you? In fact, I bet you'd be great at that, madame. Merci, Camille. I think I'll do just that. I've gone from Baroness to P to gossip monger. Great. Just great. Thanks, Camille. With that, your day begins. Alright. Let's put on our outfit for the day. Head on out and explore. I'm going to make a cave. There we go. Okay. So I can either go, I have no money, so let's go here. A popular, if unscrupulous, newspaper. Spend the day here to sell gossip, manipulate public opinion, and update your knowledge of the political factions in Paris. You walk through the city, following Camille's directions. Eventually, you find yourself threading through narrower and narrower streets. The alleys packed with refuse and the occasional vagrant napping in the shade feel almost oppressive in their closeness. Suddenly, the alleys open up into a wider street near a square. You can hear the splashing of a fountain nearby. You finally find the sign for La Trumpette de Peuple. The paint appears to be fresh, but the office seems awfully small. The door is locked, so you give it a knock. Nobody answers. Looking around, you find a hastily written note lodged in the door frame. It reads, "Office temporarily closed. Engaging in emergency fund raising efforts. We apologize for the inconvenience. Management. P.S. Fear not this setback. The light of journalism shall never fade." It's at that moment you realize the splashing in the fountain is getting louder, accompanied by some of the most inventive profanity you have ever heard. Against your better judgment, you decide to investigate. Aha! A reedy voice shouts triumphantly. Oh my. You come upon a man in grubby finery, up to his knees in the fountain. His shoes have carefully been placed at the water's edge. He does a little jig as he drops a wet coin into his snuff box, which is clutched tightly in his other hand. Noticing your presence, the man in the fountain turns to you with a nod and a smile that attempts to be ingratiating. Bonjour, madame. Are you Pierre, the esteemed editor of La Trumpette de Peuple? Are you serious? This is your emergency fundraising?
Oh.
The stranger's smile sours and he marches out of the fountain. I shall have you know that fundraising is far more difficult than it appears. Even the most noble of men must occasionally stoop low to accomplish great things. Now, what do you want? If I wanted to sell some gossip, how would that work? A devious smile crosses his face. New to this, are you? Don't worry, it's much easier than you think. This list shows all the pieces of gossip that you have at the moment. Click on one of them. Gossip value is determined by its tier and its freshness, but it also has an effect. If you peddle influence, I'll take the gossip for free, but you can use that effect to change the standing of a faction. Okay, however, right now you need money, so click on Sell Gossip button. Got it. Are you sure, madame? If you do this, there should be no chance of the public finding out, and I get 30... Yeah, let's do it. When you're ready, click here to leave. You can always come back at a later time. Okie dokie. Dream elements and Obot kissing. You wake up the next morning to a polite knock on your bedroom door's frame. Camille enters, carrying a small armload of letters. Madame, Camille starts, both confused and hesitant. There's a lot of letters for you here. Are they for me or are they for Armand? I'll just take a letter. The letter, written in elaborate calligraphy and sealed in stamped wax, appears to be an invitation to a party. The other letters, cradled in Camille's arms, are of a similar type. Why would anyone invite me to a party? Oh great, more chances to be humiliated by someone I don't even know. Why would anyone invite me? Well, madame, you're a little famous right now, Camille replies. Everyone's heard about your run-in with the dreadful party host a few days ago, how they preyed upon your honor and spirited away your carriage driver, leaving you trapped and alone. You don't think that's exactly how it happened, but decide against fretting over the details. Camille starts to talk faster and faster. Then, when all was lost, you were saved by a beautiful stranger who escorted you home in the moonlight night. It's so romantic, no? Oh, the rumors are already running rampant. Why, just in the market the other day I heard someone say that you have taken a liking to... Camille stops, stares into space, and blushes. Actually, never mind that. Never mind what?
Huh.
It's just rumors from the marketplace, madame. Nothing you should dignify. In any case, this is your chance to meet people in the city who don't hate you, or Monsieur Armand. Received many party invitations, can now receive party invitations from all over Paris. In fact, I am sure that anyone who really judges you fairly is going to love you. Tutorial. That's all well and good, but how does any of this work? Don't worry, madame, it's quite simple. Alright, you have just been invited to several parties. Camille will show you new invitations as you receive them. Choose accept or decline to decide which parties you'll attend. Or choose close to skip and choose later. Parties take up your whole day, but you can find gossip and advance certain stories there. Okay. Sir Mariette. Request the attendance of Madame Yvette Decaux to his choir recital on 26th of Mars, 1789. This intimate party is sure to be the very height of cheerful gaiety. I'll get exhaustion, credibility, maybe. If I ignore it, I lose credibility. Leave church gossip. Well, I need money, so let's do it. Accepted. Quest Madame Revelon requests the attendance of Madame Yvette Decaux to her wine tasting on the 29th. This intimate party is sure to be the very height of merriment. Sure. Uh-oh. What's this? They're both on the same day. So I can either accept a crown or revolution? The crown people seem kind of like assholes, to be honest. Right? That lady was from the crown? It was kind of a jerk. I don't know if I want to go to another one of those. Should I go to another crown one, or should we go to the... check out these people? Let's see. This intimate party is sure to be a most spectacular display of generous amusement. This intimate party is sure to be the purest form of effervescent celebration. You know what? I don't like the crown people. They screwed me over, so now I'm screwing them over. 3rd of April. This intimate party is sure to be the very height of merry celebration. Sure. Okay, you can select any invitation on the calendar to see more details about it. Deciding to attend a party the same day that you receive an invitation gives you a small bonus to credibility. Okay. So, I should probably rest because I have exhaustion. How do I rest? There must be a way. Right? So if I click explore... Oh, there's lots of things to do. What are these? The perils of journalism. Here, your erstwhile employer works in a field where one makes quite a few enemies. You just didn't expect it to catch up with him quite so quickly. A fabric shortage. Due to a recent fabric shortage, it appears that a certain dressmaker you know might be in need of a favor that requires a little guile. I don't have 100 livres, so... What's this place? The Grands Danseurs du Roi, the premier theater in Paris. Le Grands Danseurs du Roi is a rendezvous location known for its comedies, which tend to be coarse and proletarian, but always lively and never boring. Jardin des Plantes. Relax and promenade with your liaisons in this rendezvous location. These popular gardens are the ideal place to unwind and engage in a little people watching. Quinget Paradise out in the suburbs of Paris. Quinget Paradise is a rendezvous location that's the perfect spot for drinking, dancing, and cabaret entertainment. How do I rest in this game? Cause I have level 2 exhaustion. Return to estate? That didn't work. There no way I can rest? Is there a help? I'll save for a minute. Where is my house in this whole thing? Trying to figure this out. Maybe I can't rest, I don't know. I guess we'll just go? Let's do fabric shortage. Seems important. Except I don't have this. Minus 100 livre. This one also seems important, I guess. Let's do this one, I guess. Hopefully, we don't need 100. The streets of Paris are more crowded than usual. You find yourself actively contending for space in the streets amongst all the hustle and bustle. Nothing about this day feels particularly special, and you wonder what brought all these people out. You feel a finger tapping on your shoulder. You turn around and find yourself face to face with none other than the dressmaker, Fatima.
Ah.
Hello, Yvette. It's always nice to see one of my favorite customers outside of my little shop. After a pause, she sighs and says, "Is it possible for you to do me a favor?" Holding up a pouch of coins and pointing at a storefront, she says, "Can you take this money, go into that dressmaker's shop, and buy something for me?" You see, I used to work there for around 5 years or so, but I never got promoted. Idly, she rubs her fingers across her Hamza necklace. So I left to start my own place, and the owner wasn't very happy about it. The next words are a mumble. I might have told her the only clients she was fit to dress were the devil and the hangman. Either way, I need some spare fabric, and I am not welcome in that shop anymore. Of course I can help. What do you need, Fatima? I don't know about this. Are you sure? Why give them money at all, then? Can't you get the fabric elsewhere? I can help you out.
Ah.
Oh, thank you so much, she says, thrusting the pouch of liveries into your hand and detailing out what exactly she needs. Nice. Inside, you're cheerily greeted by a woman at the counter. Bonjour, madame, and welcome to our humble establishment. The statement downplays the reality that this place isn't humble at all. In fact, it's utterly magnificent. You also get the feeling that there's nothing here you can afford, outside of the bolts of raw fabric you've been sent here to purchase. Is there anything I can help you with? Yes, I'm looking for a few bolts of fine fabric. Can you help me? Easy credibility? I have a lot of credibility. Your coworker told me I could acquire spare fabric here quite affordably. Is it true?
Huh.
You detail Fatima's order to the saleswoman and continue to play up the imaginary discount that you were promised by an equally imaginary coworker of hers. She really said that? The saleswoman asks, looking behind the counter, looking for some kind of note to that effect. She sighs and gives you a professional smile. Well, I can't find anything here, but I should still uphold our reputation. I can give you the entire order for 80 liveries. Nice. Order in hand, you step outside with an armload of high-quality fabrics. How was it? I managed to get you a better deal. Return the extra money. It went about as you'd expect. Don't return the extra money. I don't want to screw this lady over. I'll just give her the money. Really? That's fantastic, she says with delight as you drop the fabric and coins you saved her into her hands. Nice. The two of you make some small talk before you part ways. She has a lot of work to do, and you decide to explore the city a little more before heading home. The next morning, you wake up from a long night's rest feeling pretty much the same as you did last night. Now that you think about it, you've been feeling tired since that terrible party a few nights ago. Camille enters the room carrying some breakfast. Bonjour, madame. You look unwell. Nicely spotted, Camille. I also feel unwell. Nonsense, I feel fine. It's a little rude to just say it out loud, but you're right. I also feel unwell. Well, don't worry. This sort of thing used to happen to Monsieur Armand all the time. He would attend all these parties and then forget that sometimes he needed to rest. Armand was always the sort of person who'd burn the candle at both ends. In fact, you were both often guilty of this, which is one of the reasons the two of you got along so well together. The more parties he attended, the more exhausted he was, which made things harder and harder for him. Remember, madame, instead of spending the day outside, you can always rest at home for a day to recover your strength. There's nothing wrong with taking a break every now and then. Oh, now it's available. Okay. Because I was like, I've got these exhaustion levels that keep on climbing and I don't know how to get rid of them. Do you think you'll be staying in tonight, madame? I might do just that. Not tonight. I simply have too many things to do right now. I might just do that. Oui, oui, madame, she replies. So I explore. What are all these? You come across the hirelings of one of your earliest enemies. What are they up to? Down by the water, you come across an unusual man of many talents, a chance conversation that may hold the power of subtly alter the future. Home. We're gonna go there. You decide to take the day off and spend some time at home, resting and recuperating. After spending the day in taking care of yourself and doing some light reading, you finally feel recharged. The exhaustion that had been affecting you before has passed. You no longer have any levels of exhaustion. With that complete, you turn your focus upon the other matters that demand your attention. Nice. Alright. Let's go to the party. This party's being held by the church. If I wear this, isn't it going to ruin the... Well, I have no choice. I have to go with this. As your carriage nears the party, you consider taking one last moment to assess your preparations. You pause to consider how well-rested you feel. You are neither well-rested nor exhausted. Nothing is holding you back from doing your best in this game of wits. You check a tiny mirror to keep in the carriage to see that you're wearing your provincial outfit to a party being held by the church. The guests have no strong feelings on your outfit, and your credibility has not changed much. With preparations like this, the result of tonight could be a toss-up. You step down out of your carriage and hear the ripple of whispers that signal your arrival to any social event these days. There is a small line in the entryway of the cathedral as guests are waiting to get in. While you're standing in this line, you manage to overhear an interesting rumor. You make a mental note of it, just in case. You have gained a piece of cheap church gossip. A servant checks your invitation and everything seems to be in order. Nod to her and enter the party. Huh. She curtsies to you as you pass her by and enter the party. Now let's the games begin. Your presence hasn't gone unnoticed by those who consider themselves extremely pious. For some unbelievable reason, they doubt the honesty of your intentions here. This might be an ideal chance to turn such attacks around on them. Why is there a woman here who looks so much like you? That's interesting. It appears that the party's host has left their study unlocked. This might be a valuable opportunity for someone of a more unscrupulous nature. There's a woman here who apparently used to work with Pierre in the past. As a fellow huntress of gossip and rumors, the two of you might have quite a lot to talk about. I'm tempted to do either this one or whatever that is. Hey, Bacon! Do you guys want to figure out, why there's a woman that looks so much like her? Or should we do this? Woman who used to work with Pierre in the past. I'm more curious about this. While circling the party, you happen to notice something very strange. At first, you thought that you had been looking in a mirror, but something was simply off about the whole thing. How odd. You walk over to inspect said mirror, but you're interrupted by someone in the middle of your approach. Ah, Madame Decaux. I'm pleased to see you again. Would you be willing to indulge me for a moment, so we might be able to discuss our business again? You still remember everything we went over, non? You have no idea who the devil this is. Ah, but of course, the business that we did, which I know so much about. Monsieur, I have no idea who you are. I'm sorry, can you remind me of our business again? I'll pretend that I know who this is.
Huh.
He pauses to examine you for a moment, which makes sense. That lie could have been a little more confident.
Oh-ho.
I'm glad to hear that you have everything in order. So many of our clients usually decide to barrage me with ceaseless questions. As I was saying, you approached me earlier in the evening and said that you were interested in borrowing a substantial amount of money. Of course, the interest rate will be significant, but you've already convinced me that this isn't worth worrying about. He steps back and looks you up and down, puzzled by something. If I may be so bold to ask, why did you change your outfit? Uh-oh. Better yet, what do you think of it? Monsieur, I can assure you that I haven't changed my clothes. Excusez-moi, but what was I wearing before? Do I take a small amount of peril to just sort of, Yeah, what was I wearing before? Also, hi, Sakura! A long, crazy, fun time. Thank you. Congrats on your stream streak. What you were wearing? He replies, fanging in indulgent humor. Such a curious question. Why would you ask that?
Bleh.
Why, the only reason you'd ask that is... Oh no. Madame, I'm sorry, but I need to leave immediately. We'll have to discuss your loans later, he replies, attempting to sound serious, but you can hear an undertone of panic in his voice. He hurries away nervously, which seems good until you realize he is still planning on trying to negotiate some kind of massive loan with you. The kind you can't possibly afford. Gained a little bit of peril. Some perilous decisions can often get you what you want. If your peril bar fills up then it means something unfortunate will happen to you. Be careful with how much you take on. However, your first real priority is finding this mysterious woman who is pretending to be you. Shit, she's not here. I think that was bad. I don't know. Let's see. The interview. You come across a woman interviewing a man for the sake of her book, but something doesn't seem quite right about the man's outrageous claims. Your presence hasn't gone unnoticed by those who consider them extremely pious. For some unbelievable reason, they doubt the honesty of your intentions here. This might be an ideal chance to turn such attacks around on them. I'm gonna talk with this lady, I think. Unless this guy is... or this lady... I don't know. This one seems interesting, too. You come across a priest off in the corner, hiding from the other guests. He seems bookish and shy, but also quite sweet. Something about him feels like it bears further investigation. What was this one? A woman interviewing a man for the sake of her book. I'm gonna go with this one. A colleague in journalism. You approach a woman who's been eyeing the other guests in a particular familiar way. In fact, isn't the exact same way you look at guests at these functions. She looks up at you. Yvette Ducot, I take it? She asks, sipping on a glass of wine, white wine. A fine assessment. Who are you, and what are you doing here? How do you know my name? A fine assessment. Ah, I thought so. You seemed to match all the rumors I've heard. My name is Anne de Crossmare. We're both acquainted with Pierre Renaudot. Funny little man, isn't he? I used to work for him as a rumor monger a long time ago before his boss passed away and bequeathed him the newspaper. Of course, since then I moved on to greener pastures. How's Pierre doing, by the way? Doesn't he still gamble like a madman? Oh no, he doesn't even drink anymore. I hear the Pope might have him canonized. Why did you stop working with Pierre in the first place? I'm not sure. Is that what he does when he sobers up? Why'd you stop working with him in the first place?
Huh.
Well, when the Crown finally put a halt to royal censorship, newspapers started cropping up everywhere. Suddenly, it became clear that Pierre was only a big fish because he had been swimming in a little pond. For all of his failings, Pierre has his principles, and I admire that. However, you've seen his operation. The man is barely holding it together, and I couldn't trust my living on something like that. By the way, I am not certain what you're doing here tonight, but I'm here to interview the Comte de Boulainvillers. I mean, he doesn't know it's an interview, but that's not important. Simply put, I'm here to find something interesting related to the church, and I trust you to stay out of my way. What say you and I interview him together? Together we'll cover every angle. Yeah, let's work together. Interview him together. I'd be agreeable to such a plan if we both sold the story to our respective employers at the same time. They'd be none the wiser. He leads you over to the Comte de Boulainvillers and engages him in conversation. It looks like they've met before, but he has no idea what her actual profession is. The two of you alternate in your conversation with him, slowly drawing out details of the latest scandals. Like a good gentleman, he attempts to remain discreet, but against the two of you, he doesn't stand a chance against the two-pronged ambush of your charms. Got cheap church gossip. Nice. The three of you stick around together, chatting for a while before you find that there is nothing else to be gained from this conversation. Eventually, you part ways. You decide to search the rest of the party and see if there is anything else for you to do. Alright. Not bad. There's a couple things. Working up the nerve. Up and find the dressmaker Fatima Shenna outside of a fashionable cafe. However, she doesn't look that happy to be there. In fact, she looks quite distressed. Exploring a more dangerous part of the city carries some risks, but some of the violent types you might meet could also be useful or even employable. Ooh, a bodyguard. I do have 30 livre on me. I might do that one. Walking near the market, you come across your own maid of all works, who seems to be in a bit of trouble. Uh-oh. The cafe. A coffee house frequented by philosophers, artists, and academics. Get coffee, update your knowledge of political factions in Paris, and speak your mind. La Place Royale. Oh, place to get gossip. Okay. I think I'm gonna do this one. You decide to take a day exploring the city, but you somehow manage to get a little turned around. You look around and see that this neighborhood is not the safest to be walking around alone in. Of course, you've passed through rough spots before, places where residents sit on their front stairs all day, cursing at strangers either for anger or entertainment. However, this place is different. It's quiet, and you can see glimpses of people watching you from inside their windows. It's like they're afraid of something. Alright, all I have to do is stay calm and move a little faster. The faster I get out of here, the better. It's simple. I'm lost. I should ask someone for directions. Stay calm, move a little faster. You stare straight ahead, aiming your vision a few inches above everyone's head. Additionally, you walk a touch faster and clench your jaw. The effect is enough to make you look both frustrated and in a hurry, which should make people less likely to bother you. Okay, that's good. Your ears perk up at the sound of footsteps quickening behind you. A rough hand clamps onto your upper arm and spins you around, bringing you face to face with a man who obviously has no good intent upon your person. Let's keep this quick, madam. Your money or your life. Here's my money, just go. Come on and take it, you disgusting oaf. Oh my god. Large amount of peril. I'm sorry, I don't have any money. My god, that's quite unfortunate. Your mugger-to-be says in a strange, sympathetic voice as he scratches his head with the side of his pistol. Lord knows what time these are. For example, there are people who think that just because I'm a thief, that I'm stupid, he shouts, cocking his pistol and pointing it at you. Drop the weapon and step away from the woman, growls a thickly accented voice from a nearby alleyway. Who the devil are you? Asks your mugger, whirling on this new participant in the proceedings. This guy looks fabulous. Ah, you must be hard of hearing. No, I didn't introduce myself. I told you to walk away. Gathering his wits, the thief straightens his spine and points the pistol at the massive interloper. Mind your own business. I've got enough for the both of you. Listen closely, the stranger replies, with a grave seriousness. Your job is taking other people's money. Sometimes that involves hurting them. My job was killing, plain and simple. We may sound similar, but there is a big difference. Ooh, so edgy. Right now, I'm retired from that job, so walk away before I step out of retirement. The thief silently weighs his options, his pistol hand shaking. Your blood hums in your ears so loudly that it feels like the entire world is going quiet. You can feel the eyes of all the people hiding inside their homes weighing upon the three of you. Without another word, the ruffian takes off. Madame, the large figure says to you with no reduction in the intensity of his demeanor. You're remarkably unshaken for someone who has just had a pistol pointed at them. There's not much out there that can shake me. It's hard to be afraid of death when life insists on being so unpleasant. Wow, that's depressing. Don't worry, that's just appearances. I'm actually about to pass out. There isn't too much that can shake me.
Oh-ho!
This elicits a twinge of a smile from him. I wouldn't have believed you if I didn't see it for myself. By the way, my name is Hansel. I take this whole business to mean that you have made a habit of finding yourself in perilous situations. As I mentioned before, I'm retired. Retired and bored out of my god-verdamned mind. How would you like a bodyguard? Hopefully you won't need my services often, but you'll be happy to have me at your side on the few occasions that you do need me. Generally speaking, my services cost about 30 livres a week. Wait, what were you doing here anyway? Drinking myself into a stupor on cheap wine, playing some dice, maybe getting into a fist fight. You know, the kind of things that bored old men do to pass their time. For the life of you, you have no idea if he is joking or not. I hope my leisure activities don't disqualify me from employment. I think you'd make a fine addition to my household. Wunderbar, he says, with a small twitch of his mouth that you assume to be a smile. You have hired Hansel the bodyguard. I suppose my first task will be getting you out of the hellhole. Please follow me. Follow him without another word, and he leads you out of the neighborhood surprisingly quickly. Not another soul even attempts to bother you, which is an extremely pleasant feeling. Of course, the more refined members of society don't seem to walk around with armed guards, so you'll have to think of some other way to introduce him to people. Perhaps calling him your doorman would work. After all, life has a lot of doors, and if anyone could keep them open or closed, it's him. With Hansel, your new doorman in tow, you start to walk home. Hell yeah. Alright. The next morning you find a letter on your nightstand. Neil must have brought it in while you were still asleep. It's sealed in blue wax with the initials TD. Opening it up, you find a letter from Alex, written with a precise penmanship that makes you think of expensive tutors, diligent practice, and military discipline. Was that the... That was the military dude, right? I believe. Sheree Yvette. I am truly glad that I was fortunate enough to meet you all those nights ago. However, I cannot stand that it came at the cost of such injustice being committed against you by the treacherous Viscountess Dufault. To that end, I have spent the last few days gathering intelligence and believe that I have found something that you will find quite interesting. Alex goes on to describe a particular fountain deep in the city. He'd like to meet with you in secret, and he's worried about someone intercepting the letter. Is your enemy really that powerful? Alex Clue is now available to visit in Paris map. Please meet me there as soon as you can, and I will share what I know. Très cordiales salutations, Alex. Using your map, it doesn't take long to figure out where this particular fountain is. In fact, you could visit it today if you like. Hmm. Wondering if I should rest? Probably not today. We only have one level. I think that's okay. Pierre, your erstwhile employer, works in a field where one makes quite a few enemies. You just didn't expect it to catch up with him quite so quickly. You come across the hirelings of one of your earliest enemies, but what are they up to? This guy again. My maid. Okay, where am I going? Also, what is this? Created by the infamous libertine Louis Philippe de Orleans, this rendezvous location is a bustling garden filled with strange, adventurous, and exotic attractions. Where was I supposed to go for meeting with, was that here? Hold up. I need to see my journal. Where did he want to meet me? I also have gossip and stuff. I should probably get money. Maybe I'll go there today. Although I guess I could turn it in, like, I don't know, days old. Yeah, I should probably turn those in today, huh? Probably go to... Oh, Alex's clue. That's this one. Alex has invited you to meet him here so that you might discuss what he has learned while researching your hated foe. By Countess Marcel Defoe. I think I'm gonna deliver the stuff today to make some money, because I'm poor. Oh wait, I want to see one thing. My wardrobe, I can't wear this next. I need to wear this next time. What is, ink? Okay. That should be fine. Yeah. Okay. Didn't know if I needed to go buy a dress, but I think we'll go deliver this stuff today. Need to go to the newspaper. Pierre's office either looks marginally cleaner than before, or he's managed to shuffle the mess into differently shaped piles. Honestly, it's hard to tell. You spend a few moments waiting around in the entryway before Pierre arrives, and he seems quite enthused by your presence. Why, if it isn't my newest confidant, please come in. Have you come back with more delicious information, or perhaps you are trying to find someone, non? Where's Armand, and how do you know that I'm looking for him? I'm done trying to find Armand. He can seek me out if he cares so much. What exactly are you talking about? Where is he? How do you know I'm looking for him? Oh. Madame, my suspicions about your search were founded in your newfound notoriety. suspicions, which you have been so kind as to confirm for me. Pierre favors you with a short and elegant bow. Merci beaucoup. Aw, my credibility went down. As for your fiancé's whereabouts, I don't know his exact address, or I would probably be a wealthier man by now. Pierre admits, pausing to examine your reaction. However, I happen to have some leads, and I can say that I already like you more than some of the men that are looking for him. However, before I lay out my terms, I must satisfy my own professional curiosity. How well do you really know your beloved Armand? It's early February, and you take a seat at your usual spot in Le Cygne, a small tavern in your hometown. The hood of your cloak is still up, but it's less to do with the snow outside and more to do with the fact that you don't want to talk to anyone else here. After a few minutes of trying to read your book, but failing to really get into it, you hear a set of footsteps approaching your table. Bonjour, Yvette. I hope you weren't waiting too long. Not at all, Armand. It's not polite to keep a lady waiting.
Oh.
Désolé, ma chérie. It's taken so much longer to get my affairs in order than I thought. Now I'm already spoiling our last night. Armand, please. I was only kidding. It's true, the entire night is ruined. I shall now flee to live in the woods. I was only kidding. Armand gives an audible sigh of relief. While he usually cares about keeping his appointments, he rarely lets something like this get to him. I'm sorry, it's just the estate's general is important, but so are you. I'm packing and writing letters night and day in order to get ready, but all the time I spend on that is time I'm not spending with you. He pauses and takes a deep breath. Enough of that. If I want to feel sorry for myself, I can do it on the carriage to Paris. Night is for making sweet memories. He waves to a barmaid who brings you a bottle of wine and some glasses, along with a loaf of freshly baked bread that's still steaming when it touches the table. Armand fills your glass first. My father has been talking my ear off about this particular vintage. I hope it's up to your standards. He then fills his own, then raises his glass for a toast. To France, to the General Assembly, but most importantly to us. The red wine is deep and full-bodied. It smells of leather, blackberries, and cloves. It's some of the best you have had, and you can tell that Armand is enjoying it as well. You spend an hour finishing the bottle together, pausing occasionally to nibble at the bread. All the while, you trade jokes, news from around the village, and simply try to forget that this is the last you'll see of each other for months. With the wine finished, Armand pauses to place the bottle on its side, a curious habit he picked up from his father. He then takes a deep breath and waits a moment before saying, "The snow appears to have stopped. Would you like to join me outside? I have something I want to show you." Outside, the night air is brisk. Even the colors of the moonlit sky are cold. It's a stark contrast from the fireside warmth of the tavern. Yet despite the open air, it feels more intimate and personal than the small tavern you have left behind. While I like Le Cygne as much as the next man, I prefer to end our night with something that's just about us, Armand says in a soft, low voice. He turns and holds out his elbow for you to grab on. Care for a walk? I'd love to. Actually, I'd prefer to sit somewhere here with you. I'd love to. You step in close to him, wrapping your arms around him before you wander off into the moonlit night. You walk along the edge of a lake, the only sound being the whispers of the wind, the sounds of your footfalls, and the steady rhythm of each other's breath. Your head leans on his shoulder, his body feels both warm and familiar, the The moon is full, the town distant, and it feels like you're the only two people in the entire world. Without a word, Armand leans in toward you, his eyes closed. Don't kiss him? Kiss him! Your lips meet his, and a joyful shiver runs through your body. His hand comes up to stroke the side of your face as his other arm hugs you close. You're not sure how long you kiss last. Time seems to have lost some of its importance. You pull away from each other, and you stare into his eyes. His face is a mixture of excitement and surprise. He whispers to you, I hope every kiss we have is as good as that one. Armand breathes deep, preparing himself for his next words. It's then that a man stumbles out of the darkness toward you, glancing about himself and trying to catch his breath. Armand, I've been looking everywhere for you, he whispers hoarsely. His accent is foreign and wholly unfamiliar. All you know is that it isn't French, nor is he English. Your town is relatively small, and yet you still don't recognize this man. Armand, who is this? Eyes widening for a moment, he seems to notice you for the first time. I am Charles, a good friend of Monsieur Armand, he states slowly and carefully. I was afraid he'd already left for the Estates General. Charles places a small leather case in Armand's hands. I just wanted to make sure that he didn't forget these documents. It's quite fortunate that I found him in time. And who might you be, madame? Just a girl from the village. Please carry on. I'm your good friend's fiancé. Charles winces as if he had been cut. I'm so sorry, madame. That was very rude of me. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. He looks back and forth between the two of you and gives a quick, formal bow. You two are obviously in the middle of something important. Please excuse my intrusion. Bonne nuit. With that, Charles leaves. You and Armand stare at each other silently for over a minute. Care to explain who that was? What's going on? And are you in trouble? How can I help? Armand exhales and smiles, but there is still an air of tension about him. Not right now, no. It's all very vague at the moment. There is so much going on that I don't want to give you something new to worry about. Still, thank you. It makes me glad to know I still have you on my side. I promise that I'll explain all of this when it's over. Pierre is staring at you. You must have gotten lost in your thoughts for a moment. Madame, I was asking how well do you know your fiancé? I know Armand better than anyone, and I know he's a good man. Thank you for the Hydrate Reaper, by the way. Something is not right with Armand. I just don't feel like I can trust him entirely. Perhaps I don't know him as well as I thought. I know he's a good man. Even after all of this anguish, you still feel this way towards him? Pierre asks, his shock barely concealed. Such lasting affection in this modern age is quite rare. Pierre puffs out his chest and strikes a heroic pose. I shall do my best to reunite you with your lost Armand, as it has often been rightly said that I am a man dedicated to the causes of truth and love. You look Pierre up and down, not really certain if anybody has described him that way. Ever. Of course I cannot work for free, Pierre admits, shifting awkwardly from foot to foot. I must support my newspaper after all. But if you help me with this, I will help you as best I can. You see, I'm looking to run a new social piece, something that will capture the imagination of the public. Pierre favors you with a broad, toothy grin. It may also rekindle some old rivalries, so to speak. After all, it's easier to sell newspapers when there's something to write about. If you bring me gossip related to the bourgeoisie, I'll tell you where to learn more about your estranged Armand. Pierre has asked a favor of you. Tell him specific types of fresh gossip in the allotted time, and you'll receive special rewards. You can track these requests in the gossip tab of your journal. Once you get me this gossip, my journalistic genius shall handle the rest. Now then, to business. Alright, I need money. A 1 in 20 chance of the public finding out? Do it. I made some cash. What did I do? Thought I was a good cat. You wake up to the sound of someone knocking on your door downstairs. Before you can even get up, you hear Camille cheerily call out, "I'll get it." When she answers the door, you hear her spend a minute talking with a man whose harsh voice you don't recognize. When their conversation finishes, Camille heads up to your room. Madame, we need to talk about the rent and my wages. What would you like me to do? Do we have to? Who was that at the door? I am curious who it was at the door. Who was that at the door? That was our landlord, Monsieur Riquet. He was asking after this week's rent, which is odd because I know that Monsieur Armand already paid a healthy advance on our week's rent and that we should still be fine for the rest of the month. Monsieur Armand used to say of our landlord, what was it? Camille asks herself, tapping her chin. Ah, yes. He said our landlord would sell his own soul for a handful of liveries and that he'd still be getting the better deal for it. Well, we didn't need to pay him this week, but next week we need to have 35 liveries for our rent and 5 liveries for my wages, or we could be in trouble. Okay, so I need 40 liveries next week. You now will need to pay both your rent and wages of your servants every week or deal with damage to your credibility or perhaps even peril. Is there anything else, madame? Yes, why exactly am I paying you 5 liveries a week? No, Camille, just breakfast will be fine. With that, Camille heads downstairs to make you breakfast, and you're left to wonder how you'll take care of this. Okay. We have a party. Party time. Let's do it. Wearing this one today. Let's go to the party. Assess preparations. You pause to consider how well rested you feel. Unfortunately, you can feel the exhaustion set in as soon as you look past the door toward the enormous crowd of party guests. Tonight is going to be a long night. You check a tiny mirror you keep in the You check a tiny mirror you keep in the carriage to see that you're wearing your robe a la francaise to a party being held by the bourgeoisie. Approve of my outfit. Let's go. With preparations like this, tonight should be a largely positive affair. You step down out of your carriage and hear the ripple of whispers that signal your arrival to any social event these days. There's a small line in the vestibule as guests are waiting to get in. While you're standing in this line, you manage to overhear an interesting rumor. You make a mental note of it, just in case. You've gained a piece of cheap bourgeoisie gossip. A servant checks your invitation and everything seems to be in order. I I don't know what this does if I give money. But I don't have that much money to give yet, so I'll just nod and enter. She curtsies to you as you pass her by and enter the party. Now let the games begin. Wait, is that him? You recall a far-off memory. It's of the time when you and Armand first met. A pair of women seem to have quite a bit to say to each other, but aren't doing so. Whatever dangerous rumors they've gotten a hold of, they can't bring themselves to speak it in public. If one were to get one of them alone, however... A messenger has arrived at the door bearing pressing information. This scandalous news might be worth quite a bit if one were to obtain it. You come across a commanding but sumptuously dressed woman who is standing apart from the other guests. They seem to regard her with some respect, yet there is a wariness in the way they look at her. Well, she seems interesting, but I want to see what this is. You wander around the party for a while, trying to find a conversation that feels right, but only end up feeling lost. Rather than wasting time on something that isn't working, you decide to get some fresh air in the garden. It's been difficult to focus all night, and you're not certain as to why. Thankfully, you find the gardens to be deserted, so you can just focus on yourself. While you're adjusting your stays so that they sit more comfortably, you consider your poor luck. It's not you. It's just that nobody has anything exciting to say right now. If nothing else, this feeling is certainly familiar. Of course, when you last felt like this, the parties were much smaller. They were also much less elegant, and they felt even less exciting than the one you're attending right now. In fact, you were at just such a party, bored to the verge of tears and making conversation with yourself when you heard someone walking up behind you. Ah, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize this spot was taken. I was planning on fuming alone in the garden, but an occupier has already laid their claim. Correct, now be gone, as this garden is mine by right of conquest. Don't waste your time dissembling, just join me already. What's troubling you so much? Aren't parties supposed to be fun? Aren't they supposed to be fun? His back stiffens ever so slightly at this question. Well, I don't want to be the source of turmoil, as it would reflect poorly on my family. It's just agonizingly boring. Everyone wants to talk about the same things over and over again. Marie is suspicious of the new priest. Jacques wants to complain about the drainage in his lower field. The Gwillem will find any excuse to boast about his new cows. For the love of God, they're just cows. I'm sure they too cud like virtuosos. But after 4 months, I'm about to push the damn things into the lake. No matter what I say, it's always the same. Everyone just nods, agrees, then changes the conversation to whatever suits them better. I might as well not even be there. He stops and examines you quietly as you fume in the garden. It's a familiar feeling for you too, isn't it? Everything here just feels like it's going around in a circle, like a water wheel. The waters of the river rush onward to new things, but the wheel merely spins. Oh, my apologies, I never introduced myself. My name is Armand. Armand never mentioned his last name to you, or even that he was a baron, until the 3rd time you met. He pretended that it was because he thought it was unimportant, but you knew better. He was sick of the deference and groveling that came with his position. May I ask your name? Yvette Ducot. Don't worry about my name. Who invited you here anyway? I'll give him my name. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yvette. He takes your hand and gently kisses the back of it. Normally, such an overly familiar gesture would disgust you, but he does it with light, practiced grace, like it was the most normal thing in the world. The two of you stare into each other's eyes, and as your gaze plays along his moonlit features, you wonder how you've both managed to go so long without meeting. Now you've heard of my woes, but what troubles you tonight? What doesn't trouble me? This whole place is going nowhere, and it's infuriating. If it's alright, I'd rather talk about something pleasant. Pardonnez-moi, but I would prefer to be alone for the moment. What doesn't trouble me?
Ooh.
Before you realize it, you find yourself unrolling a list of every enmity you have in the town, punctuated by every one of their mental failings. It's a long list. I thought myself enraged, but it seems I was a mere pretender to the throne, he laughs, as a cold wind causes you to shiver. Unfortunately, I must go, or my presence will be missed. However, before I go, please take this. It's frightfully cold out here, he says, taking off his coat and handing it to you. His breath steams in the air, and the coat is still warm with his body heat. Should you feel the need to return it, I like to spend my Sundays reading at Le Cygne, he says, gesturing in the direction of the tavern. With that, Armand leaves. The breeze blows, and you feel a brief shiver, so you wrap his coat about your shoulders. The collar smells like him, mixed with a trace of perfume. Like all memories, it begins to dissolve once the most important element pass. Such a pleasant memory from simpler times. Ugh, I was foolish to fall for such empty advances. Of all the things to remember, why does this strike me now? Such a pleasant memory. While you manage to return your thoughts to the here and now, you cannot manage to completely discard the memory. The pull of fanciful reminiscence is as strong as it is sweet. With that, you return to the party. Alright, who to chat with?
Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't
Good night,
let the bed
Reaper.
bugs
Have a good
bite.
sleep. Catch you next time. Night, night. Alright. Games of chance might be illegal, but that doesn't mean they aren't widely enjoyed. After all, if the chance to win or lose great fortunes wasn't dangerously thrilling, they'd never need to make a law prohibiting it. Oh, the messenger thing? That might be worth looking into. It appears the party's host has left their study unlocked. This might be a valuable opportunity for someone of a more unscrupulous nature. A libertine gentleman has need of your skills in order to exact a devastating plot to avenge a petty slight. Should we go do that, or the messenger thing? I'm gonna go with this one, I think. Strolling through the event, you find yourself in the vestibule of the party venue again. The room is empty, as the doorman appears to be off doing something else. You are startled by the sound of frantic banging at the front door. Who is it? Open the door. Who is it? Madame, I'm a messenger who has traveled a long way, at great haste, with grave news, replies a male voice from the other side of the door. You open the door to see the young messenger. He is sweating profusely. And you can see a horse outside pacing anxiously back and forth. Without another word, he steps inside. Once inside, he frantically looks around the otherwise empty room. Excuse me, but can you help me find Madame Marie de Lorraine, the Countess de Brion? I have grave and potentially scandalous news for her. Medium credibility. I don't have 50 credibility. Do you think that's enough? Guess I could try it. We can't risk you being spotted inside. Tell me the news and I can deliver it for you. Let's try.
Oh.
We can't risk it, he asks slowly. No, I shall fall prey to such vile trickery. Out of my way. Ah, shit. I failed. He roughly pushes past you and disappears into the party, looking frantically for this Countess de Brion. You make an unpleasant face at him as he disappears, then resolve to one day avenge yourself of his churlish behavior. Until then, you'll have to settle for looking around the rest of the party and seeing what else you can accomplish. Damn. Alright, I need to go buy another outfit, I think. Also, I've got this, which I'm supposed to do for Pierre also. And we'll need to rest before the next thing. It appears you are not the only person hunting for gossip in Paris. However, if you're quick enough, you might be able to snatch some choice morsels from your competition. Alright, so I think we'll rest today. You decide to take the day off and spend some time at home resting and recuperating. After spending the day in taking care of yourself and doing some light reading, you finally feel recharged. The exhaustion that had been affecting you before has passed. Alright. That complete, you turn your focus upon other matters that demand your attention. Perfect. Pierre, your erstwhile employer, works in a field. Oh, this. Let's see. That could be interesting. Not everyone visiting Paris has the wry subtlety that you have grown used to. Some are far more blunt, however, that's not always a bad thing. I also need to go chat with Alex at some point. But I think we should deliver this first and then go do that. Let's do this today. I also need to get a dress, don't I? Thank you, madame. This is exactly the kind of salacious whatever he said. Okay. He took away some peril from me. Pierre claps his hands together in delight. Madame, it appears that you have done me a great service. With this latest gossip, I can finally launch my most controversial social piece yet. In fact, your contributions have been so great that they must be recognized. Madame Ducot, you are no longer a mere gossip monger. Today, you are a journalist. You've reached the rank of journalist. Perfect. The title itself is meaningless, but it certainly sounds nice. Now, I assume you wish to know more about your beloved Armand, non? What do you know? Before we get into that, why did you need me specifically to do this? What do you know? Oh. It may shock you to learn that your Armand managed to keep some rather opinionated company, Pierre says with the careful circumspection of someone severely downplaying the seriousness of a situation. While the details of their beliefs have been remarkably difficult to track down, I know two things about their views. The first is that they show an open disdain for the country's current laws and privileges, which made them unwelcome with the aristocracy supporting the crown. However, they also harbor a strong devotion to the queen, which alienated them to the nationalists in the revolution. There's a studio in the western part of the city just south of the sign, where he and some like-minded individuals preferred to discuss the proper course for the country. Painters in the front, planning in the back. Pierre starts scribbling on a piece of paper. When he hands it off to you, you find it to be an address. The Yet Royal raided the studio a month ago and arrested everyone there, Pierre explains. While supporting the Queen is certainly no crime, something about this group's belief was making someone in power quite uncomfortable. The studio has been abandoned ever since. Go there and you might find something that leads you to your Armand. The abandoned studio is now available. Now before you leave, madam, I hope that you do not forget about me and my humble paper. I still find your social insights valuable, and I'm always willing to pay for anything you can bring to me. But of course, Pierre, this has been a delight. Here, this is just business. Pierre nods and grins. But of course, madame, it is merely business, but I still hope it is good business. Adieu, madame. Oh, respond. Request the attendance of Yvette Ducot to their opera gala on 6 April 1789. This intimate party is sure to be the purest form of genteel. Sure. I think I need to go shopping today or tomorrow. And I've got these 2 quests now. That's the Fatima thing. Okay. Let's go dress shopping, I think, today. Hire Maurice the tailor? How much does he cost? You arrive at Le Petit Mogul to find Fatima already engaged with someone else. Please, Maurice, you have to understand, this place barely has 2 spare coins to rub together right now, and I only have a few regular customers left. I simply don't have enough work to hire on extra help, I'm sorry. I understand, Fatima. I'm just been months without work. I'm starting to think that I'll have to leave town if I can't find something soon. The man sighs and shakes his head. Please, just tell me that you haven't found someone better. What? You know that's impossible. I've never met a man with more precise stitching than you. Oh, Fatima, you flatterer. Please stop, he laughs. Actually, no. Please keep going. Fine. I may be great at making garments, but you turn them into a second skin. Anything you work on gets new life breathed into it. It's how you say, fashion comes and goes, but well-fitting clothes never goes out of style. That's the one. Oh, Madame Decaux, you're here, Fatima yelps, suddenly noticing your presence. What may I help you with today? Did I hear correctly that your friend Maurice is looking for work? Yes, I'm here to purchase some clothes from Fatima. Is Maurice looking for work?
Huh.
Ah, yes, you heard correctly, madam. I am a tailor by trade. If you're looking to employ me, I can update your outfits to restore some of their novelty and alter their sensibilities in whatever direction you desire.
Ooh.
I might also be able to help you negotiate a decent discount at a certain provider of elegant finery. He might be right, Fatima sighs. My services cost approximately, 40 livres per week? That feel acceptable? So, how many am I already paying? Does the bodyguard guy that I pay, do I have to pay him too every week? I'd love to hire him, but I'm gonna be, like, broke. I think. $40 a week. Because it already costs me $40 a week to pay for my house and my maid. I don't think I can afford you, sir. I have no openings.
Oh.
Well, that's certainly a pity. I should be going then. Au revoir, Fatima. With that, the tailor leaves. With the air of a downcast man trying to seem proud. Now then, to business, Madame Decaux. Should I have hired him? I don't know. I wonder if I can hire him later. Hopefully I can. Hopefully I didn't screw myself. Oof, these are all so pricey. Is there one that's not pricey that I can buy? This is for the crown, military, and bourgeoisie. Church, military, revolution. Ooh, 10 for the revolution. This one might be too expensive, though. Crown, church, military. Crown, military, bourgeoisie. Maybe I'll get this to wear for crown events. I don't really have a good crown event one, and I know I've got to go to a crown event eventually. Let's do it. Wait, 88. I need to do math. I'm trying to make sure I have enough money to pay my house. I think I do, right? I need 40. And 88 plus 40 is 120? 8? So I'll have just enough. Okay. Need to make more money. I want to check. Damn. He's not there anymore. Does that mean I can never hire him? Did I fuck myself, guys? By not hiring the man? But I didn't have the money to do that, so I don't know. Oh well, we're gonna do... do the Alex's clue or abandoned let's do the abandoned studio. Courtesy of Pierre, you've learned about an art studio that Armand used to visit. Unfortunately, that studio was shut down after being raided by the Minuet Royal. This investigation may require some discretion on your part. Yeah, let's do this, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I should do this, because I've held it off for a long time. You leave the house earlier than usual that morning, uncertain of how long it'll take you to walk to the fountain that Alex mentioned in his letter to you. Given that you are still new to skullduggery, you decide to dress in darker clothes and stuck to comfortable walking shoes. Surprisingly enough, you manage to find the fountain without getting turned around. It seems like the perfect place for a meeting like this. There is just enough people wandering around that you won't draw attention, but also few enough that you'll be able to find somewhere secluded to talk. Looking around, you can't spot Alex anywhere. You decide to take a seat at the edge of the fountain. It makes sense to be visible enough that he'll be able to find you without any flashy waving or signaling. You get comfortable, smooth out your skirts, and pause for a moment to reflect on the decisions that led you to a point in your life where you're having secret rendezvous with a member of the Queen's Dragoons to learn more about your hated enemies. If anything, they must have been good decisions. Not long after you've settled in, Alex appears from around a corner and strides up to you. The uniform draws some attention, but people seem to make an effort of getting out of his way, so it must be useful for something. Bonjour, madame, he calls out pleasantly. My sincerest apologies for being late. Should we stay here or discuss this somewhere in private? You couldn't be a little more discreet? Let's go somewhere away from prying eyes. Magnifique. I know a reputable public house nearby that's always empty in the middle of the day. We'll discuss things further there. Alex leads you to the public house, and you take a seat with him. The barmaid seems to recognize him and brings over some wine and 2 glasses. Don't worry, I'll cover the cost of the wine, he assures you with a wave. I take it that you've read my letter, so you know how much I regret what happened to you that night. I've been to some of Marcel's parties before, so I always knew that she could be vindictive, but this, even the thought of it, still makes my blood boil. So seeing a chance to correct a great injustice, I reached out to some of my friends around the city in order to gather intelligence. Everyone has a weakness, after all. However, the moment I started digging deeper, something struck me as odd. She claimed that her storied family fortune comes from a series of wise investments. So I visited some of her family's known business partners. They were suspicious at first, but when I used my father's last name, they would often open up to me. Among all the people I visited, I couldn't find evidence that any of her family's investments were older than 30 years or so. To an aristocratic family, 30 years isn't a storied fortune. It's extremely recent. Yes, there's some prestige to be had in a sense of legacy, but nothing worth outright lying about. Why would Marcel's family pretend their fortune is older than it really is? Marcel's weakness is somehow related to her family's money. Attack that, and justice will be yours. Very good. What's our next step? I must say, I am shocked that a man of honor like yourself is getting mixed up in all of this. We've known each other less than a few days. You really think I'm a man of honor?
Ooh.
Well, you're right. You're quite the keen judge of character, madame. However, I don't see anything dishonorable about what I'm doing. Marcel has slandered your good name, and that of your fiancée. Given her wealth and title, you have no means of recourse against her. It's only right that I help you defend your character. Besides, I've been in a similar situation. Of course, back then, I never had anyone to help me. If I can make it so that nobody ever faces such misfortunes alone again, I will have changed the world for the better. If you were going to move against her, the best time to do so would be on April 24th, the night of her birthday masquerade. It's where she'll be at her most public, which will make her vulnerable to any damaging relations about her personal fortune. Of course, for that, you'll need both evidences and an invitation. Without strong evidence, it would just be your word against hers. As a commoner, there's no way you could win such a contest. Hi, Pistol. How are you? Welcome. Alex pauses to leave some coins on the table for the wine. While you don't seem the sort to give up easily, I wanted to make sure you understood the difficulty of the task ahead of you. Alex stands and gives you a theatrical bow. Au revoir, madame. With that, he turns and leaves. You stop to think about this new information. Marcel is a wealthy aristocrat, but her fortune appears to be younger than she claims. It seems like this knowledge could be useful, but you'll have to dig deeper first. Researching Marcel is now available. With that, you start to head home, already planning your next move against your sworn enemy. If you're going to bring Marcel to ruin, you'll have to be ready by April 24th. That is not a lot of days. I have 3 weeks. And today we're going to a party. This is the Revolution people, so not that one. Damn, I wore this last time, but we're gonna have to do it. As your carriage nears the party, you consider taking one last moment to assess your preparations. Feel You are neither well-rested nor exhausted. Nothing's holding you back from doing your best in this game of wits. You check a tiny mirror, and you're wearing this specific dress, gives you credibility. You step down out of your carriage and hear the ripple of whispers that signal your arrival to any social event these days. There's a small line in the vestibule as guests are waiting to get in. While you're standing in this line, you manage to overhear an interesting rumor. You make a mental note of it, just in case. Gained some cheap revolution gossip. A servant checks your invitation, and everything seems to be in order. I cannot give you money, unfortunately. Huh. She curtsies to you as you pass her by and enter the party. Now let the games begin. I'm doing good. We are playing this fun game. Some supporters of the revolution are always jumping at shadows and feverishly searching for spies in their midst, but besting such an individual might have its benefits. A young firebrand. You are set upon by a fiery young man who seems suspicious of any threats to the revolution's cause. His beautiful features seem to belie a perilous fervor and a will of iron. Something about his dangerous demeanor feels like it bears further investigation. A pair of men are discussing a diplomat from the Americas. As their conversation runs in circles, an opportunity presents itself. Speaking with a revolutionary woman, you feel like you should be able to obtain some valuable gossip. However, first you'll have to contend with an interloper whose fox concern seems hell-bent on stymieing conversation at every turn. I'm gonna go with this mysterious person. Keeping a distance from the crowds, you examine the attendees of this so-called revolutionary salon. All in all, they seem quite the eclectic bunch, a mix of stern scholars, opinionated lawyers, and outrageous bohemians. The mood is both tense and energetic. Right now, however, you're simply content to watch events unfold from afar. Suddenly you notice a young man heading straight towards you through the crowds. Frankly, he is beautiful, but he radiates a dangerous intensity. Who are you, and what exactly are you doing here? This is a lot of reading. Yeah, it is. My name is Yvette Ducot, and I am just a woman who's excited by revolutionary ideals. I'm Yvette Ducot, and I'm simply observing, nothing more, nothing less. I'll answer that once I know who I'm dealing with. Who are you? Let's do that one. He leans back and reappraises you, a smile forming on his lips. Oh, really? Your caution is wise. One can never be too careful. Nice. Thanks for the hydrate. He eschews the customary bow for a quick upward nod of respect. My name is Louis Antoine de Saint-Just. But please, just call me Antoine. I would rather not share my name with tyrants. Does he think that I'm a tyrant? Pausing to breathe deeply, his expression visibly softens. My apologies. With everything that's going on, there's always the concern of the crown putting spies in our midst. However, I've already heard of your escapades, and I don't think I've liked what I've heard. Uh-oh. I can tell from your accent that you're not from around Paris either. I'm only in the city for a few months from Glarencourt. Someone invited me here, and I'm using the opportunity to try to get one of my plays published. Of course, as much as I love the character and the people of the countryside, it's probably for the best that I'm here. My relationship with my family has been rather strained as of late. They don't want me involved with the revolutionaries. They don't understand the importance of our times. Then they're fools. The writing is on the walls everywhere you go. We must care or die. I don't know much about any of that, but I'd love to learn. Are you sure? Politics isn't for everyone after all. I don't know anything about it, but I'd love to learn. You follow up your statement by demurely batting your eyelashes at him. He doesn't seem to notice, instead nodding along thoughtfully. Humility is a virtue. I respect that. The next time we see each other, I'd be more than happy to tell you more if you'd like. Right now, the people of France stand at the edge of a cliff, a raging forest fire burning at our backs. Will we stay and be incinerated or develop the courage to jump into the waters below? It all depends. Are you diving with me? If our homes are being incinerated, then I'd wish to stay and save them. That's quite a line. Have you been practicing it? I'll do this one. He probably won't like it. I'd wish to stay and save them if they're burning. He grunts dismissively. The old order must be cast aside as soon as possible, lest we allow more people to become victim to its repression and cruelty. The two of you chat a little longer. While his mind is often focused on politics, his zeal manages to stop it from becoming tiresome. In some ways, you see quite a bit of Armand in him. Of course, Armand's passion seems far less violent, so that's something to consider. However, you quickly run out of things to say, and Antoine takes the time to glance over his shoulder. He notices that some other guests of the party are waiting patiently for him. It appears I am needed elsewhere, madame. I must go. He leaves as quickly as he came, already striding over to the guests in the other groups. Feel passion and energy. He is certainly not boring. Well, that was utterly terrifying. You spend the next few minutes walking around the party, wondering what to do next. Yet your thoughts keep coming back to that distressing young man. There is something dark inside of him, you are certain of it. Alright. It appears that the party's host has left their study unlocked. Antoine, the fiery revolutionary, is speaking with a woman named Joanna. Something about their conversation is putting you on edge. It appears that some guest has spilled their drink on you. Surely an apology is in order for such a glaring misstep, no? A libertine gentleman has need of your skills in order to exact a devastating plot to avenge a petty slight. I'm going with whatever this is. Rolling about the revolutionary salon, you manage to spot Antoine. The young firebrand is talking with another woman, but seems suspicious of her. Whoever she is, she's wearing an enormous emerald around her neck. It must be worth a fortune. Antoine looks up as you approach, giving you his customary upwards nod.
Oh.
Ah. Bonne soirée, Yvette? Have you met Johanna Desjardins? He continues gesturing to her. Well, I'm always eager to make new friends. I would advise caution around this one. Well, Johanna, what brings you here? I'm always eager to make new friends. Merci beaucoup, Yvette, Johanna replies. Antoine narrows his eyes at you. You're a little quick to trust someone who just wandered into our midst. It's alright, Johanna continues. Antoine, I am told that you're looking to expand the common people's liberties. Antoine smirks. Whoever said that does me a great disservice. I am looking for nothing less than the end of tyranny. Johanna narrows her eyes. It's certainly a romantic notion, but extremely open-ended. How do you define the end of tyranny? When a people, having become free, establish wise laws, their revolution is complete. Wait, what? Wise laws. Okay. He leans in. What then does one say of a ruler who already reigns with wise laws? One would be obligated to follow them to ensure prosperity. Still unacceptable, a tyrant can do away with wise laws at their pleasure. Why ask this at all? Man, I don't know about that one. I'm gonna say why ask this. I feel like this will make them both mad. It's unacceptable.
Ooh.
My companion Yvette is absolutely right. Every undisputed ruler, even ones with good intentions, is bad for society, because everyone's liberty depends on the ruler's whims. One cannot rule innocently. Even the act itself is a high crime against one's fellow man. Johanna sighs in frustration. I see why people call you a fanatic, Antoine. I shall choose to take that as a compliment. Those who make revolutions by halves do nothing but dig their own graves. Duly noted, however, I must excuse myself, as I have some other appointments to take care of. Au revoir. With that said, she leaves. Antoine watches her carefully as she recedes into the crowd. That Johanna woman, what do you think she wants? I think she honestly wants what's best for France. Nothing good, I can tell you that much. I think she just wants what's best for France. I'm not so sure, replies Antoine, nor do I feel that her statements are as idle as she pretended. You and Antoine chat for a little while longer, but eventually the two of you part ways to explore the rest of the party. I think they're both weird. But I didn't have that option. I want to talk to Antoine upstairs. Alright. I don't think I should rest today. I don't wanna... You come across a fiery revolutionary who is in the process of trying to sell his latest and most controversial literary masterpiece. Wondering if I should sell what I have. Or do this. You head to La Place Royale hoping to track down some information in regards to the mysterious fortune of your hated foe, Viscountess Marcel Defoe. Sure, let's do this. We might get some stuff to make money. You start your day by walking toward the center of Paris. Viscountess Defoe isn't just a member of the aristocracy, she is a woman who wields her title and noble privileges like a weapon. There's only one place to learn more about a woman like that. La Place Royale, the favored social spot for all aristocrats in the city, the hub of all gossip, social news, slander, and scandal. If there was ever a telling secret or a salacious rumor, this was the place to find it. You remember reading about this place over a year ago. Its storied buildings are even more impressive in person. Elegantly dressed aristocrats strut around the gardens, stopping briefly to chat in hushed tones. Without the benefit of a title or an introduction, you can't approach any of these groups directly. However, there's nothing to stop you from overhearing things as you just pass by. Staying on the absolute edge of conversations, you circle the square, pretending to be a traveler, just admiring the apartments and gardens. The first hour you spend on this task yields no information concerning Marcel, but you do manage to hear some gossip that a certain newspaper might appreciate. Nice. Got some church gossip. During the second hour, you hear something about Marcel's father, the former Viscount Dufault. Apparently, Viscount Alfonso Dufault died a few years ago, and his funeral was so lavish that people are still discussing it today. Not exactly what you're looking for, but it's on the right track. In the third hour, however, something piques your interest. Apparently, Marcel is rather obsessed with her clothing and personal appearance, even claiming to be a fashion icon. Do you get to decide that about yourself? Isn't that something that other people have to call you? Marcel's vanity, demanding nature, and abrasive manner have led her into serious disagreements with several dressmakers and clothiers across the city. In fact, some of them simply refuse to do business with her anymore, though she claims the situation to be the other way around. She would have to have been an unpleasant customer indeed, in order to drive a dressmaker away. Apparently, every order she places is completely unique, which means each item in her wardrobe would cost a fortune. An idea strikes you as quickly and surely as a lightning bolt. Each of the vile Viscountess dresses would have cost far too much just to pay for it in coins. It would require a banknote. Any dressmaker that worked with Marcel would have to know the name and address of her bank in order to collect any payments. Okay. All you have to do is find someone who had worked with her in the past, someone with a grudge. This will bring you one step closer to having the dark secrets of Marcel's money within your grasp. You now have a vital clue for finding Marcel's weakness, however you'll need to figure out where to search next on your own. Now you just need to find such a dressmaker, but where? Did I go to church? Yeah. I went to church a lot as a kid. I don't go as often as I should now, but I do try to go. So, yeah. For me, I tend to like having my own private sort of sermon thing at home. I don't feel like I need to go to, like, I don't feel like church is a requirement. I feel like it's more of a, if you feel like you need to surround yourself with people, because it helps you to grow and believe whatever religion you're a part of. Yeah. I feel like it's good to go, but it's not a requirement to go, if that makes sense. When I was younger, I used to think it was like if you didn't go that you would be punished and you would go to hell sort of thing. But yeah. Now I'm more of the opinion that it's not a requirement. It's more of like, it's good to go because obviously you get to spend time with people who are like-minded and believe what you believe. But I also don't think that you'll go to hell if you never go. If you still believe whatever you believe, you know? But church is definitely good to, like, strengthen your faith, if that makes sense. Because obviously, if you have a question, if you have a question about something in your, whatever your religious book is, and you need to ask somebody, obviously it's probably wise to go ask like a pastor or the equivalent. And they're at a church, so, you know. Yeah. You look up at the sound of Camille knocking on your door frame. Good morning, madame.
Huh.
The house's rent is due today, as are Hansel and I's wages.
Huh.
Unfortunately, you simply don't have the money to pay for that. Of course, this doesn't make your landlord any happier, nor does it make Camille feel any better about you. What? I have 44! I thought I did the math and I needed to have 40 total. How much did I need? Well, fuck. Emil leaves looking disappointed by this turn of events, but your day continues regardless. Well, that's shitty. I thought I had enough money. Oh well. And I didn't save for a long time, so it doesn't really matter. I can't undo that. Oh well. That sucks. What is this? Military? Military and then the royal people. Guess we'll wear this today. Yes, I did the math incorrectly. As your carriage nears the party, you consider taking one last moment to assess your preparations. I'm not well rested. You check a tiny mirror. Credibility went up. You step out of your carriage and hear the ripple of whispers that signal your arrival to any social event these days. There's a small line leading to the open field of richly appointed tents as guests are waiting to get in. While you're standing in this line, you manage to overhear an interesting rumor. You make a mental note of it just in case. Gain some cheap military gossip. A servant checks your invitation and everything seems to be in order. You know what? Let's see what this does. I give the money. She gratefully takes the gift from you and sets it aside. As you enter the party, you can hear whispers of other guests noting your generosity. I gained a tiny amount of credibility and lost a tiny amount of peril. Okay. Let's see. Games of chance might be illegal, but that doesn't mean they aren't widely enjoyed. After all, if the chance to win or lose great fortunes wasn't dangerously thrilling, there'd never Need to make a law prohibiting it. Just as you're about to seize some valuable gossip, you're interrupted by a presumptuous interloper. Perhaps there is a way to evade his rude questions and to claim your prize in time. Oh, it's this lady again. Interviewing a man for her book. Pair of gentlemen discussing yet another scandal that the military has been drawn into. However, this scandal is part of a pattern that leads to questioning where the military's true loyalties should lie. I'm gonna go talk to the book lady, I think. You're the belief that God is good. A non-believer. Parents put you in church around 9 years after passing. Was in until about 16 and never believed. You think it's a net? But yeah, youth group stuff is fun. Honestly, like, one of my best memories was from a youth group thing growing up. When we traveled we went for a whole week to, Kentucky? I think? Spent some time in the mountains there. It was really nice. It was fun. Was the first and only time that I will ever go whitewater rafting. I did it to say I did it, and I hated it, and I'll never do it again, but I'm glad I did it to say that I did it. It is terrifying to me. I don't understand whatever people like about it. Not my jam. But if it's your jam, hey, more power to you. Step back into the vestibule for a moment so you can collect your thoughts and get the first opportunity to speak with any new arrivals to the party. It's then that you see two individuals speaking together in a corner. The fact that they are trying to stay away from everyone else only increases your interest in their conversation. You recognize neither the bespectacled woman nor the extravagantly dressed gentleman that she is speaking with. However, judging from the fact that she pauses to write whenever he speaks, you can surmise that she is interviewing him. I like her little hair clippy, it's a dragon. I'm all for it. It becomes apparent via your spying that these people are Nika Ikov, a foreign author looking for inspiration for her latest novel, as well as Gwilym Disable, a self-styled libertine philosopher, an appellation that doesn't seem to require much in the way of academic credentials. You described yourself earlier as a patron of the arts. What is your relationship with theater? Have you sponsored any performances? I am no mere tight-fisted patron, good madame. I am an inspiration, a muse, if you will. In fact, when Marquez wrote The Barber of Seville, I was his inspiration for Count Almaviva. The sharply dressed man proudly replies between long gulps of wine. From what you remember of that play, that's not something to be particularly proud of. It also doesn't sound even vaguely true. Oh, this will be fantastic for my book, Monsieur. I must ask, how did you and Monsieur Beaumarchais meet? Ah, well, we met at a banquet held by a visiting Algonquian prince. I'm sorry, did you say an Algonquian prince? He came across the ocean from the Americas and then held a banquet? The author replies, far more suspicious of this particular claim. Willem glances to you and raises an eyebrow. He knows his game is almost up. Oh shit. Medium. I don't think I'll pass that. I only have 39 credibility. Madam Ikov, it sounds unlikely because it never happened. This is just a fable. I know far too much to take a side in whatever this business is. You quickly slink away before either of them have the chance to drag you into their slowly unraveling web of lies. In war and in parties, discretion is sometimes the better part of valor. You utter a few unladylike curses to yourself under your breath as you realize that this detour has already cost you precious time here. You decide to examine the rest of the party. Perhaps you'll find another opportunity out there amongst the crowds. It's that lady again! While circling the party, you happen to notice something very strange. It's the lady. Madame Ducot, I'm pleased to see you again. Would you be willing to indulge me? Of course.
Oh.
Okay, so I have to, get this correct, apparently. Why did you change your outfit? Better yet, what do you think of it? You look absolutely magnifique, he replies, obviously caught off guard by your question. It was quite the bold choice to change clothes in the middle of an event, though a touch unusual now that I consider it. Nice. He talks with you a while longer, and it appears that he already intends to loan you a large sum of money, a sum so large that you couldn't possibly pay it back. You try to dismiss the thought, but he has turned out to be quite insistent, which makes sense, as anyone loaning money with a high interest rate is secretly hoping that you'll never be able to fully pay them back. Why else would they do it? Talking with him a bit longer, you manage to both excuse yourself and convince him that you'll need more time to think on this positively life-ruining decision. However, your first real priority is finding this mysterious woman who's pretending to be you. Still haven't found her. Alright. You know what? I should really make a save. Make a new save. Alright. Respond. Request the attendance of Yvette Ducot to their military ball on the 15th of April. This intimate party is sure to be a most spectacular display of generous revelry. Sure. Alright, this one I need... Wear this. I am exhausted, so I'll lose credibility. As your carriage nears the party, you consider taking one last moment to assess preparations. I'm exhausted, but I'm wearing something they like. Do most things at least once. Yeah, I usually, unless I feel like it's going to actually be something that I just really don't want to do, or like If it feels wrong morally to me, I'm not gonna try it ever. But if it's not a moral thing, then I'm usually down to try anything at least once, just to say that I did. And even if I hate it, then at least I can say for like 100% no mistakes that I actually dislike something without just saying I don't like it without even trying. But yeah. Usually I'm down to try everything at least once unless it really does not jive with my beliefs or morals. You step down out of your carriage and hear the ripple of whatever that signal your arrival to any social event these days. There's a small line in the vestibule as guests are waiting to get in. While you're standing in this line, you manage to overhear an interesting rumor. You make a mental note of it just in case. Huh. Got some cheap gossip. Whatever, I guess we're gonna pay to get our peril down a bit, credibility up. Who's that lady? You come across a painter locked in a conversation with some amateur art critic. Judging from the look on her face, she would rather be anywhere else. Something about this woman's skill and earnestness feels like it bears further investigation. That's the game of chance one. A chambermaid has been charged with returning a lost pouch of coins. Perhaps you can assist her with such an endeavor. That gives me a chance to get a lot of money, which I really need. But I think I'm curious what this lady is. You happen across a man with an arrogant air about him talking to a woman. Well, it would be more accurate to say that he is talking to her. For her part, the woman appears to be doing her best to remain civil and just draw in her sketchbook. And furthermore, it must even be obvious to you that your work peaked at 1783 Salon. Why else would all of your portraits of women look the same after that? Taking a moment to acknowledge you with a nod, the painter returns to her conversation. Her reply is calm, almost bored. My clients dress however they wish for their portraits. My role is merely to capture them as they are in their lives. Is it so wrong that so many people, or so many women, wish to look like Her Majesty? Realizing the ground he's treading on, the critic's reply is suddenly more delicate. There's nothing wrong with an admiration for the Queen, however, that is not the point. The point is that you've reached your ceiling because you stopped focusing on your own merits. Instead, you chose to attach yourself to, I'm sure this is really interesting to someone, but I'm done now, Madame Lebrun replies, closing her sketchbook. He looks to you. Madame, would you like to talk somewhere else? I'd love to. If you don't mind, I have a few things to say. Are you sure you don't want to hear what he has to say? I'd love to. The critic sputters indignantly. What? You can't just walk away from a critic of your work. You're not my teacher, and this isn't a critique, because I don't want one. But critique is something you ask someone for. I never asked your opinion, so I don't need to listen to it. I love this lady. Pardon, monsieur, but we have an appointment where we have to be anywhere else. I will say that. The critic's eyes flash with barely suppressed rage, and he hisses at both of you. Laugh behind your hands while you still can. This self-importance of yours can't last forever, Lebrun. Huh. He storms off in an angry huff, finally leaving the two of you at peace. Well, that was satisfying to watch. I should invite you to some of my exhibitions. Nice. After a few moments of silence, she turns to you. Who are you anyway? My name's Yvette Ducot. And yours? Yvette Ducot, soon to be Baroness de Marbo. Do you remember that woman the Viscountess de Foy absolutely loathes? Yeah, that's me. Ah! This is my name, and what is yours?
Ah.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Yvette. She smiles with an easy warmth. It's also a pleasure to meet someone who doesn't already know who I am. I am Elizabeth Lebrun, but please just call me Elizabeth. Formality doesn't suit me. So what brings you here? My fiancé's missing. I'm just here to find him. I rescue people from conversations with boorish idiots. It's a hobby of mine. I'm trying my hand at being a professional socialite. It's fun, and I think I could be good at it. Looking for my fiancé. Oh, that's a shame, she replies with a dissatisfied shake of her head. Ah. If I hear anything, I'll be sure to pass it along. Though I must warn you, I intentionally isolate myself from politics. She sighs and glances around the room, full of aristocrats and courtiers. Getting caught up in intrigue makes my work difficult. You chat a while longer, but find that you run out of common conversation points a little quickly. Still, it's pleasant on the whole. I'm sorry, but I must go. There's some other business I need to attend to, she says, inclining her head to the crowd of people scattered elsewhere throughout the party. Perhaps I'll see you again soon?
Huh.
Perhaps, he replies with a thin smile. With that, she departs, disappearing into the crowd. Wait, is that the lady? In the vestibule, you hear some strange noises emanating from a coat closet. Now, whatever could that be? Or I could talk to the painter lady again. A woman stands fuming by herself and just simmering with resentment. Resentment is a poisonous emotion to those who allow it to darken their hearts. But it's fantastically useful to people like yourself. Your conversation with a clever woman could yield some valuable results, but first you'll have to find a way to divert a certain meddlesome musician. Is taking a moment by herself in the garden, or at least you'd think she was alone if she wasn't hissing angrily into a tree. Something appears to be wrong, but you may be able to help. Do I think of skydiving, snorkeling, deer hunting, and attending an EDM festival? I really hate flying. And skydiving is like flying without anything at all. And you have to fly to get up there to do it. So probably no. My sister did skydiving, but I don't think it's for me. Snorkeling? My greatest fear is actually drowning. Dying by suffocation. 'Cause I almost did when I was really young. So, probably never snorkeling. Deer hunting. I liked archery, so I guess I'm not opposed to it, but I don't know if I would do it for fun. I think I would do it for pure survival. Like, if I had no other option, I would do it, but I just don't see, like, I can't even kill mosquitoes. I can't kill bugs. Because I don't like seeing things die. Dead things creep me out. So, I would do it out of pure survival, but I wouldn't do it for leisure or pleasure. I don't like to see the light of life going out of a creature's eyes. It disturbs me to no end. And then, EDM festival? Probably? Because, I went to a rave one time during college, and, I really enjoyed the music, and I enjoyed the dancing, and just, like, the lights and the spectacle of it all. I didn't enjoy the drugs or anything like that. I didn't do any of the drugs. I wasn't a big fan of how many people were doing drugs around me. That turned me off a bit, but other than that, I enjoyed the, like, atmosphere, so I don't know if an EDM festival is similar to a rave. I would assume sort of, maybe, but yeah. So maybe? You raved last month downtown. You have a scuba license? Nice. Yeah, I can't do scubaing, I don't think. I'm too afraid of, like, what if it broke? I would drown. And actually, my fear of, like, flying is more about the airplane crashing into the ocean and then drowning in the ocean. It's very weird. I have weird phobias, okay? My imagination is very imaginative and creative, and it thinks up all these things, and yeah. Yeah. Anyways, there you go. I am going to go do this, I think. You stepped away from the party proper to take a break in the vestibule. You scan the guests filing in and out of the party, trying to decide where to make your next move. Suddenly your ears perk up at the sound of something unusual. You hear the sound of a small voice coming from the coat closet. If you're skydiving, who cares if the plane crashes? You'll jump out anyway? I guess. But I also have kind of like a fear of heights. I have a lot of different fears. I'm very terrified of many things. Whitewater rafting was definitely terrifying for me because it was around water, and I was like, if I fall out of this, then I'm going to drown. And yeah, so I was like clinging to the raft the entire time and didn't enjoy it at all. And also I have vertigo problems, so I get sick from motion sickness a lot. So fast moving things that are, I don't know. I don't like airplanes because I feel sick in them all the time. And I also don't like heights. And I also don't like a lot of things. There's just many things I dislike. I don't mind doing things in video games because video games are where I can experience things and I don't actually have to be doing them physically. I don't trust myself physically to do a lot of the things that I wish that I, like, I live vicariously through a lot of video games and D&D and reading. I have a very active imagination, so I am plenty satisfied with just a book. Let's see. You hear the small sound of a small voice coming from the coat closet. Ah, a mystery, finally. Something interesting. If this is a secret tryst between star-crossed lovers, it better not be on my shawl. A storied building with mysterious noises. Is this a haunting? A mystery. As stealthily as your finery will allow, you walk up to the closet door and press your ear against it. Straining to hear what's on the other side of the door, you hear the mumbling and crying of a young girl. Judging from the sound, she can't be older than 15. Knock on the door? Pardon, mademoiselle, are you alright? You might want to get out of that closet before you embarrass yourself. Mademoiselle, are you perchance a vengeful spirit from beyond? Are you alright? I'm fine, says the quavering voice on the other side of the closet door. Your doubtful silence speaks volumes. Actually, I'm not fine, the voice admits. I'm very not fine. My parents forced me to come here, and I said a bunch of stupid stuff, and everyone got bored or mad, and now it's all just as bad as I thought it'd be. The voice sniffles. I just wanted to stay home and read books about spies. Girl, let's go. I am with you. My name is Amelia. By the way, why does anyone do this? Are you joking? When I was your age, I would have killed for this. We do this because we must. This socializing is a trade like any other. Hopefully I can get this. Mademoiselle, open up. I refuse to converse through a door. For a while, all you can hear is silence from the inside of the coat closet. Yes, madame, she replies, thrown off by the sudden sternness in your voice. You can hear her fumbling for the latch of the door. Ooh, credibility. Alright, I open the door, but what should I actually do? She asks, still sitting the coat closet, eyeing you warily. You don't need to talk a lot yet, you just need to listen. Start there. Well, we should be able to do this. Find someone much older and introduce yourself. They'd be thrilled. Huh. She looks at you warily, but you can tell that getting her to open the door has made this easier than it would have been before. Really? Someone here actually wants to talk to me? That could be good. Slowly, the closet door opens all the way. Alright, here I am. Time to go do party stuff, she says, dabbing away the last traces of tears from her face. It takes a few minutes, but she finally starts to look composed. With an awkward wave, Amelia departs to rejoin the party in progress. You see a little bit of yourself in her, and you're not sure if that's a good thing. It's true then, TayeTales has come to Hogwarts. Actually, I played Hogwarts and I had to take the test on the Hogwarts website thing because if you did, then it would customize your wand and everything for you in the game. The Hogwarts game. And that's actually in one of my past VODs on YouTube. The first Hogwarts VOD has my the wand that I got. Basically. I think it was like, don't even remember anymore. It was a while ago. It was a couple years ago that we did that. When did the Hogwarts thing come out? 2 years ago? I know that my familiar was like some sort of cat. Or not familiar, but the, why can't I think of the word now? The big, like you summon a ball of light in the wizarding world and it summons some sort of animal in the light to chase away the creepy dudes in cloaks. The Dementors? Why can I remember Dementors, but I can't remember the name of the spell? I don't know. Weird. I think we need to rest today. Unless there's something I really need to do today. Excuse me. I either need to rest or I should drop off the stuff and then rest. But I definitely need to rest. We'll visit and drop this off to make money first. Is it a Patreonus? Mine was some sort of a cat, is what the website said. And my wand was like, I think it was like Hollywood or something. And Phoenix Heartstring, and I don't remember the length at all. It was like 11 something. Something like that. I can go look it up later. I forgot the exact details of it, but I took the quiz beforehand, and yeah, it's on the... It's in one of my past VODs. You can find it on YouTube. You enter Pierre's office to find it more disorderly than usual, with Pierre's pacing frantically in the midst of all the chaos. He looks up at you and exclaims, "Ah, madame, thank God you've arrived. I've been keenly checking the winds of public opinion, and mine finely honed journalistic senses tell me that our readership desperately cries out for stories concerning the bourgeoisie. However, I am at a loss." Hey gamers! Ba-ba-da-da-da! Ba-ba-da-da-da! However, I'm at a loss for such information. If you can get me fresh gossip relevant to that faction in the next 13 days, and then I'll reward you with 50 liveries. In addition to your regular finder's fee. Which faction did he say? I missed it. Oh, the bourgeoisie. Sure, I can do it, I think. Fantastic, madame. I just knew you were the perfect woman for the job, he replied with an excited grin. I already await your success with bated breath. Now then, to business, yes? I have no bourgeoisie thing. But I am going to sell all these. Because I need money. A 1 in 10 chance. Do it. Sell it all, I need money. Thank you for the hydrate and posture check. How are you today, gamers? Alright, we have to rest today, I think. Is that one person for hire here? No? Damn. need to rest at some point. But I also kind of want to do this because my maid is in trouble. My height? I'm 5'2.5". With shoes, probably 5'3". I'm a shorty. Let's see. You're 6 feet. 1. Nice. Must be nice being able to actually reach stuff out of the shelves in the kitchen. I have to use a step stool. Or ask somebody that's tall to grab me shit out of the cupboards. Alright, let's see here. Should I do this or rest? You know what? Let's do this. We'll rest tomorrow. Spend the day walking through the city, exploring the neighborhood near a marketplace. The air is pungent, a rush of scents from crisp vegetables to fresh fruit to less than fresh fruit. Oh, less than fresh fish. Your ears suddenly perk up at the sound of a familiar voice, and you start slipping through the crowd in its direction. You stumble upon Camille, her arms full with a basket full of the day's groceries. However, she has been stopped by a watchman of the Minuet Royal, one of the infamous archers. He is berating Camille in the middle of the street. Where'd you get those? He demands, gesturing at all of her groceries. What? But monsieur, you saw me buy these. I got them over there, she says, pointing in the direction of a market stall. I saw no such thing, he says, blistering at the suggestion that he could have been paying attention to his surroundings. Where is your receipt? Camille's eyes dart from side to side, and she turns her feet away from him. Something about this line of questioning is making her very uncomfortable. I never get receipts, monsieur. What? That's ridiculous. Why not? Well, I can't. Camille starts and stops, looking ashamedly at the ground. You're going to have to give me a very good reason not to haul you away, he growls. And one of his hands extends out, low with his palm up. Ah, so that's what this is about. Monsieur, I'm so glad you found her. Please accept this payment for my thanks. Oh wait, I have a lot of credibility right now. Monsieur, a man has stolen my purse. The watchman stares at you, absolutely startled, as you suddenly interpose yourself between him and Camille. What? You've been robbed? Which way did he go? We don't allow criminals here. Not on my watch. Suppressing the powerful reflex to comment on the irony of that statement, you point him in a random direction. To sell the illusion, you provide a believable yet suitably vague description of your imaginary assailant. Musket at the ready, the watchman runs off into the crowd, yelling after an imaginary cutburst. The moment you lose sight of him, the two of you start hurrying away. Wow, madame, that was amazing, she gushes. Normally I remember to bribe the authorities, but something came over me and I completely forgot. You spend the rest of the day escorting Camille about on her daily errands. It takes a few minutes for her to completely feel comfortable again, but it comes eventually. Alright, we need to rest. Oh, there's something to respond to. On the 21st of April, intimate party is sure to be the purest form of generous amusement. Sure. Alright, we're gonna rest unless there's something I really have to go to. An unusual man of science? Hmm. Hmm. We're gonna rest. You decide to take the day off and spend some time at home resting and recuperating. After spending the day in, taking care of yourself and doing some light reading, you finally feel recharged. The exhaustion that had been affecting you before has passed. That complete, you turn your focus upon other matters that demand your attention. Oh, you missed it? I'm 5'2.5". Or 5'3". With shoes, I guess. I guess it depends on what size of heels I'm wearing.
Get ready! Your exit's coming
Hey,
up
Fall
fast!
King!
Where? I don't see it!
Right there! I see it! I see it!
I should really save.
You mean the swirling vortex of terror? That's it, dude! Of course it is!
Thanks for the raid. How are you doing today? Welcome, raiders. We are playing this interesting game that I always wanted to play. What were you up to today? We're in Paris and we are looking for our missing fiance. Yeah. WWE. You win any? For 4 hours, your hands must be exhausted. Salacious novelty. Oh, the fiery revolutionary guy. Minions and misdirection. Should I go do this? Maybe. Exhausted? Yeah, I feel that. Well, feel free to relax and chill and hang with us. Rest. I want to see what's at this cafe. But I also want to go to this. Let's do this. It's the story. Tugging on the edges of your hood to make sure your face is hidden from view, you glance down again at the hastily scribbled address Pierre gave you in his office. In addition to your regular traveling clothes, you have a small bag hanging off of your shoulder and a portable lantern with a flint. You waited for sunset before you headed out, as it feels like these sort of things are better done under the cover of darkness. However, everything still feels too bright. Every hanging lantern, every candlelit window feels like an eye staring down at you. Winding your way through the narrow streets, you can't help but think about how out of the way this place would have been for Armand. Yet Pierre said that he was still a regular visitor. Despite yourself, you find your heart beating faster and faster as you get closer to the abandoned studio. Rounding a corner, you find yourself on an empty street, looking across the road at the studio. The windows of the small two-story building have been boarded up, and there's a charred hole in the roof. A sign nailed to the door reads "Closed" on orders of the king. Before you can step any further towards the closed building, Hansel steps in front of you. Madame, I'd like to inspect the building first. You never know who's taken up residence in empty places like this. That's a good idea. Proceed, Hansel. I'd rather stay close to you. We go in together. Hansel gazes warily at the building before turning back to you. For a moment, he looks like he's about to object, but your mind is obviously made up. Understood, madame. We go together. The mercenary crouches down and places his hand on the grip of his saber. You hike up your skirts and get ready to follow him. On his signal, you quietly dash across the street together, watching for any movement in the windows as you approach. Now that you're closer, you can see that the door has been nailed shut. Wordlessly, you and Hansel start checking the boards on the windows, seeing if any of them are loose. On the third window, you find one of the boards easily gives way, like it's been pulled out before. Someone else has been here. Uh-oh. You get Hansel's attention, and he quietly takes down the boards, leaving them in a neat pile by the window to be put back later. He enters the building first, his face frozen in a grim expression that almost makes you feel bad for any dangerous persons you might encounter. Almost. From your position outside, you peer into the gloom and watch Hansel examine the room for a few moments before he gives a satisfied nod, dropping his hand from his weapon. Returning to the window, he grabs you by the waist and easily helps you into the building. Inside the studio is even darker than you would have guessed. Between the boards on the windows and the lack of light in the surrounding street, it's nearly impossible to pick out any detail smaller than the walls and the doors. You carefully use a flint sewed in the base of your lantern to light it, then muffle most of the light with the hem of your cloak. Now that you have a little more light, you can see that most of the furniture inside is broken, and enough things are missing to make you wonder how much the Gouet Royal seized during their raid. Hansel steps in front of you and whispers, "Now that we have a light in here, it's only a matter of time before someone spots us. I recommend we move quickly, madame." Hey Nox, welcome! Welcome, welcome. Slept for a long time. Sleep is good. Where should we look? Let's look in the painting studio. Follow me, we'll check the back room. There might be something useful upstairs. Let's check the back room.
Oh.
With a grunt of acknowledgement, Hansel falls in behind you as you make your way toward the back room. The entrance to the back room isn't obvious, and if Pierre hadn't told you about it earlier, you might have mistaken it for a closet door. When you go to open the door, you notice that the latch has been torn off, probably a causality of the raid. Inside, the back room is cramped, mostly occupied by a circular table with some small chairs. Various notes are pinned to the wall, and as you shine your lantern about, you notice a slight glimmer under the table. What are you going to investigate in the back room? The notes on the wall under the table. Notes on the wall. You lean close to the notes on the wall and squint to read them. None of them make any sense, as if they were written in another language or some kind of code. No, wait, it's just terrible handwriting. Eventually you can deduce a meaning from the malformed letters. All the notes are suggested readings, various books and pamphlets. They seem to cover a broad range of texts related to history and political theory. While some of the authors are French, you notice that most of them are from elsewhere in the continent, especially in Central Europe. While you're sure this reading list is insightful, it won't bring you closer to finding Armand. This particular investigation has cost you precious time. Search under the table. You bend down to investigate under the table, trying to find what caught the light of your lantern and glimmered at you from the dark. You find a small scattering of coins. It appears that at some point in the chaos, someone must have dropped their coin purse and nobody noticed it. It doesn't bring you closer to Armand, but you'll never turn down free coin. You find nothing else of value under the circular table. Costs precious... Oh gosh. Having learned everything you can from the back room, you decide to search elsewhere. Go upstairs. The stairs creak underneath your feet as you make your way to the second floor. The long table and scattered cutlery suggests that it was used as a dining area. A small fireplace occupies one side of the room, with a wide swath of ash spilling out of the fireplace and onto the floor. Above the fireplace itself, a painting hangs on the mantel. You scan the second floor, deciding what to investigate. Painting hanging above the mantel. Stepping over the ash in front of the fireplace, you gingerly take the painting off of its hook and examine it closely. It's not as carefully detailed as some of the others in the building, but there is a certain joyful energy to it. Whoever painted this genuinely enjoyed making it. It's a dining scene done in a reflected perspective intended to make the actual room feel larger than it really is. All the men and women in the picture are laughing, clinking glasses, and looking merry. Even Armand. Armand's smiling face is looking back at you from the picture, a glass raised in mid-toast, and a quill in his free hand. On one side of him is a man you remembered from your last night together with Armand. The man is named Isaac. On the other side of him is a young woman whom you've never seen before. Her hand is on his shoulder. You turn the painting back and forth, looking for more details, until you hear something metallic shift. Flipping the painting over, you find a note tucked into the frame on the back of the painting along with a key. You don't recognize the handwriting, but decide against taking the time to read the note now, while illegally trespassing in a condemned building. You carefully fold the note around the key and secret it under your stays. You'll be able to investigate it later. Stranger and Stranger is now available. You can't help but grin with satisfaction. This is the lead you were looking for. Ja, madame. Hansel grunts at you. Grunts as you give the signal to leave, leading you to the window you entered the building through. He effortlessly helps you out of the window before following you out, scanning the street for witnesses. Outside, he puts the boards back on the window where he found them. You can hear approaching footsteps and spot the reflection of lantern light off of nearby buildings. The Gouette Royal are on their way, but as long as you keep moving, you should be gone before they arrive. After you, madame. Hansel gestures towards the dark alley you initially approached the studio from. With a precious lead in your possession, your bodyguard at your back, and the authorities none the wiser, you disappear into the night. Nice. What event did you host yesterday, Nox? Let's see. Not sure how I get rid of peril other than paying. Oh, I think I have to pay my people today, right? Rumor mongers. It appears you're not the only person hunting for gossip in Paris. However, if you're quick enough, you might be able to snatch some choice morsel. Competition. The unusual science guy. Was this? Oh, Stranger and Stranger. I should probably do this. Spend the day at home, investigating the mysterious notice and the key you've recovered from the abandoned studio. Hopefully the risks you took to break in there were worth it. At home, it takes all day for you to finally work up the nerve and do this. Just as the sun sets, you finally pull the note and key out from under your stays. The paper the paper is covered in unfamiliar handwriting written in rich emerald ink. A G-pose event in 14? That sounds like fun. I remember taking a lot of G-pose pictures. My computer is full of, like, I think I've got about 7 gigabytes worth of G-pose pictures from Final Fantasy 14. In the time that I played and took pictures. G-pose is fun. Cher Armand, I will always appreciate your commitment to our cause, and I know France will be better for it. However, our chance of being caught grows with every passing day. I will not waste ink painting terrible pictures of the consequences, as you are already familiar with them. If fortune turns against us, then I want you to flee Paris entirely and head to the border. If you show them my ring, then my society's sponsors will protect you. I know you've objected to this idea before, but it's the only way for you to stay safe. To aid in this, I've secreted a passage under the loose floorboards beneath your stove. This key will open it. Your partner in conspiracy, Johanna. You turn over the letter and find no additional writing, no additional context or explanation. Who is Johanna? How long has Armand known her for? Is she one of the people he had been writing back home? Heading downstairs, you walk into the kitchen. It's clean but cramped, and Camille keeps it well stocked with fresh produce. You find the stove, made of dark iron and standing on a set of clawed feet. Alone on your hands and knees, you feel around until you find a set of loose floorboards. You pull up the floorboards and fish around in the dark until you find a small wooden box, held shut by a padlock. You open it with the key you found behind the painting. Inside the box, you find a magnetic compass, a map of Paris with notes concerning when the guards change at every one of the city gates, a signet ring, and a leather bag heavy with coin. Okay. The notes on the map will make it much easier to traverse the city without being noticed by the Gouette Royale or by anyone else. Lost a bit of peril, that's good. You look inside the bag. That's a lot of coins. 100 livres! You look up from your sudden windfall to see Camille standing in the doorway to the kitchen. Her eyes are darting between you and the box in confusion. I was just about to start making dinner, Camille says, pointing awkwardly at the stove. Camille, did you know about this? I just found a good sum of money and a note under the floorboards. Care to explain? Did you know about this?
Huh.
Know about what? Camille asks, glancing between you and the bag of coins in your hands. Was that Monsieur Armand's? Why would he leave money in the house? For the first time since you've met her, you feel like Camille might not be telling the truth. Madame, what's going on? Directing him took a lot out of you. Yeah, I feel that. 15 people is a lot to take pictures of at one time. I think the only time in my entire life that I took that many, like, pictures of that many people was when I took photos for my cousin. I'm a photographer, so photographer slash videographer slash editor, yada yada. So I took photos for my cousin's wedding once, and yeah. That was the most people I've ever taken pictures of for many hours. I was exhausted, but it was a lot of fun. I liked it. It was a lot of fun. And it was nice that I knew the people, too. I've done, lots of weddings and stuff for people in the past. So, it was nice to get to do it with, people that I knew. Instead of random people. Let's see. Madame, what's going on? Who was Johanna? How well did she know Armand? Camille, why did Armand actually leave this house?
Huh.
Why did he leave? She asked nervously. A few weeks ago, when Monsieur Armand still lived here, some men came here in the middle of the night. I don't know why, but they tried to hurt him, Camille says, her voice low and afraid. I was in the cellar getting wine, so I hid down there in the dark until the screaming stopped. Monsieur Armand managed to fight them off, but he was hurt and thought that these men would come back for him, so packed his things, wrote the note for you, and left. Thought that if he wasn't here, they'd keep chasing after him and you'd be safe. I was supposed to tell you what happened, but this house is just so big and empty. By the time you arrived, I was so lonely. I was afraid that if you knew the whole story, then you'd leave and I'd be alone again. I'm so sorry, madame. I never wanted to lie to you. I just... It's alright, Camille. I understand why you would have been afraid. Are there any other valuable secrets you'd care to divulge right now? I understand. Merci beaucoup, she yelps in relief. I promise to never keep anything from you again. I should probably start making you dinner. Hopefully this news will be better on a full stomach. Madame, I'll ask you to leave the kitchen while I work. Before you can ask any further questions, Camille ushers you out into the hallway. The door shuts quickly behind you, and all you can hear is the clattering of pots and pans as she starts furiously preparing food. You look over the signet ring that was included in the box. It's a finely made silver ring with a signet used for pressing seals in wax. You don't recognize the symbol on the ring, but the piece of jewelry itself looks very old. You're starting to wonder if this investigation will ever start answering more questions than it asks. Yeah, suspicious. There's a lot of suspicious shit in this game. A photographer that's only taken 15 pictures? No, I took more than 15 pictures. I worked in a photography studio for several years. I have taken pictures of more babies and families than I've ever thought that I would. But I feel kind of happy about it. Like, I liked that job a lot. Yeah, it was a good job for a while. But I can say that I got sick more often working there than at any other job because the kids would always be super sick and come in to take their pictures, and I would catch whatever they had. So yeah. I was sick like almost every other week from working at that place, but loved that job while I worked there. I think my favorite job that I had, though, was when I worked in the news and I was an editor and photographer. I really enjoyed going. It was very chill because I worked on the shift that not a lot of people were awake. So from midnight until 8 a.m. So the corporate people weren't there yet, so it was just like me and 8 other people, I believe. It was a very small, close-knit crew. Unlike the day where it was just a bunch of people and super chaotic. It was usually pretty chill. Other than when there was like, you know, breaking news, but yeah. I liked working at those hours where it was dark outside all the time, because, I don't know. It's just a different vibe, I guess, when you're awake and nobody else is. It's perfect for somebody like me. Alright, let's see. Look up at the sound of Camille knocking on your door frame. Good morning, madame.
Huh.
The house rent is due today, as are Hansel and I's wages. Oh, so I needed 70 because of Hansel. So I didn't add those. Okay. Well, I will pay you.
Ah.
Merci beaucoup, madame, Camille says with a curtsy as you hand her the money. Camille leaves to deliver the money, and with that business concluded, your day may continue. Yeah, I'm a major night owl. I cannot wake up to save my life. I sleep through everything, but I can stay awake for a long amount of time. Let's see. What are we going to do today in Paris? Oh, a famous painter is looking for inspiration. I might go hang with her. Decide to spend some time cooling down near a fountain. You might come across a certain artist and a certain soldier. Might encounter a certain soldier. Should I go hang with just her? You know what? I'm curious about her inspiration thing. Let's do that. While exploring the streets of Paris, you find yourself in a calmer street than most. The cacophony of the city fades away, and things are quiet, other than for the sound of a few pigeons feasting upon some grain that's been carelessly spilled on the road. You pause to watch them and wonder what it must be like to be content with something as simple as a handful of seeds. Is it a better life? Then again, you've never seen a pigeon that still had all of its toes, so it can't be all that nice. Just as you're about to look around for something more stimulating, you spot a familiar face. Oh, Yvette, what are you doing here? Wandering the city hoping I'd run into you? Exploring the city and looking for something interesting. I'd prefer to keep that to myself. I'm looking for something interesting.
Aha.
Fancy that, I'm doing the exact same thing. She gestures to her bag. A few sketchbooks, brushes, and other art supplies are poking out of the top. Do you have any suggestions? I need to practice. There's a beautiful fountain that's not far from here. Would that work? Why don't we stop into one of the taverns nearby? There might be something there. My suggestions. I'd think the great Madame Lebrun would have more than enough subjects to draw. There's a fountain. Magnifique, she says, clapping her hands together. Let's go. The two of you walk over to the fountain where you met Pierre not that long ago. It's still as beautiful as you remembered it to be. The square has plenty of people in it, but it's not uncomfortably packed. Elizabeth seems happy with it. I see what you mean. It is beautiful. Normally I focus on a single subject, but I haven't drawn a crowd in a very long time. She sits at the fountain's edge and starts to unpack her supplies. She starts drawing faster than you have ever seen anyone draw before. There's no hesitation in her movements. Instead, she sketches with the confidence that can only come from decades of practice. Oh, that is good, she mumbles under her breath. I've spent so much time worrying about people, but if I just draw their reflections in the water, all I have to do is focus on the shapes. After some time, Elizabeth's feverish drawings begin to subside. What started as a storm of lines and sketching winds down to a few careful marks as she works to get everything just so. Eventually she stops altogether and lays the sketchbook on her lap. Her hand finds yours, and you both sit there for a while and just watch the world go by together. Her voice is quiet, barely louder than a whisper. I don't think I'm out of my slump just yet, but this is the closest I've felt in a long time. She squeezes your hand slowly, tenderly. I am not returning this. Not knowing what else to do, you look around the square to find some kind of distraction. Your wandering eye catches a flash of sunlight glinting off of metal, and that's when you look down and notice it for the first time. Elizabeth's wedding ring. He notices your change in expression. He doesn't know, and I don't think he needs to. Of course he doesn't. This is just about us. Well, I don't think I can live with that.
Huh.
She slowly draws her hand away from yours, making a point to tap her wedding ring against your own engagement ring. Is it really that bad? There are a million kinds of love, but we only have one life. Does it feel right to spend it with only one person? Elizabeth stands up and gathers her things, hastily scribbling a note in her sketchbook. She tears out the paper and hands it to you. It's an address. I'm scratching my head here because isn't part of the vows that you say when you get married that you're only gonna spend your life with that person? So then the answer would be yes. If you're already married, then yes. If you're not, then no. Yeah, apparently she's into me, which is weird, because she's married. It's just kind of odd. Write me a letter if you change your mind. Okay. Discover some suitable locations on the Paris map so you can invite her out. She walks away briskly, leaving you in the square. After a few minutes, you decide to head home, still trying to make sense of what just happened. Most people who push marriage and make vows cheat, lie, and break all sorts of things. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. It's just because of my beliefs, I guess. But if you're gonna make a commitment to somebody and then break it, that doesn't say a whole lot about you as a person, my opinion. Like, if you plan on breaking it, then you probably shouldn't marry. You know, that's just my line of thought. Is like, probably better if you just stay single then. Or just forever eternally you're dating people, and there's nothing wrong with that, I don't think. But once you commit, that's kind of like, in my mind, that's like you're saying this is my decision. So, I don't know. Make a choice and die by the choice. This would be in a time where they're forced to do what men church say. True, I suppose. I suppose in this period of time, women really didn't have much of a say at all. So I guess I could see from that perspective. But, I don't know. I'm just thinking. 'Cause like if you say the vow, like what? When you say a vow, does it mean anything to you or not? Probably burn the poor woman at the stake for being lesbian? I guess? I'm trying to think. I guess probably, yeah. And in this time period of the setting of the game, they'd probably just think she was a witch. Is this that time period where women were like witches? Oh yeah, this is France, you're right. Although I don't know how different France was. I don't know the history of France very well. So. But that is true. I feel like France was a little more open to things than the, America, where I grew up. More open to ideas. But maybe not. I don't know. I'd have to ask somebody who actually lived in France or knows the history of France. I can't speak for them, as I am not French, and I do not know anything about French history. Or very little. Alright. Trying to see what outfits we have, because I've got this military ball coming up. Might not hurt to get another outfit at some point. Artistic license. Oh. This lady again. I might go check out the science guy. Although I do need to get some bourgeoisie stuff. I don't have, like, a whole lot going on, do I? Let's go with, chemistry guy, I guess. Either that or I should go buy another dress. Talking crown gossip or revolutionary gossip? How am I gonna get bourgeoisie? This is really the only place I can. But it's random. what I get, so, if I get anything. Let's go here. You decide to take a walk around the city, hoping to stumble across something new that might help you. Just as you cross the street to avoid an oncoming wagon, you're approached by a colorfully dressed young man. He studies you carefully for a moment before speaking. Excusez-moi, madame? But you're Yvette Decaux, non? Why, in fact I am. Andre, I think you have me confused for someone else. I am not certain if I should say. Who are you? Ah, you are a cautious one. This is good to know. I am Michael Pelletier, he says, while performing a simple bow. My parents sent me to Paris to study to be a chemist. Though I've admittedly found the women of Paris to be a far more interesting subject of study. I've been told that you're an unofficial reporter for Le Trumpet de Pupil. In the name of in the name of a little experiment that I'm performing, I might have a lead for you. In fact, I might have two. Which would you prefer to know more about, the crown or the revolution? If I have a choice, tell me about the crown. I'd prefer to learn more about the revolution. An experiment? What exactly are you doing? What's your game? Revolution. A wise choice. He steps in closer and starts to tell you about some of the more interesting goings-on in the revolution. At first you were skeptical of the quality of the story he could provide, but you find yourself surprised. This could actually be quite valuable. Gained a shocking revolutionary gossip piece. With that, it seems that our business is concluded, Michael says, stepping back from you. Before you can say another word, he leaves as suddenly as he arrived. Your brow furrows as you consider the situation. You have some valuable gossip, but why? What could he possibly stand to gain from giving this to you? Why only one of them? With a sigh, you brush aside these swirling concerns. You have something good for Pierre, and that's what matters right now. Mind made up, continue to go about your day exploring the city. Hey, Iona! Oh, you're French? Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Bourgeoisie. Huh? Oh, not French. Oh, not. Sorry. Not is an important word, yes. I missed the not. Bourgeoisie. Like that? I thought it was bourgeoisie or something. Hold up, I'm gonna look it up. How do you spell it? How to pronounce bourgeois, this one.
Bourgeoisie.
That's how. Bourgeoisie.
Bourgeoisie.
According to Google. I don't know what to do now. Maybe buy something before we go to this party? Unless there's something good to go to. Oh, I need this. I should go here. Or here. I'm gonna go here. During one of your explorations of the city, you find yourself in a fountain square. Groups of people are clustered together, locked in the kind of deep yet carefree conversations that make you wonder what exactly these people do all day. You wonder to yourself if any of these idle malingerers have jobs until you remember that you too share a similar, ill-earned but decadent lifestyle. Still, you have mountains of extenuating circumstances that have brought you to this point. What are their excuses? Have they no shame? You break from your increasingly venomous internal accusations when you hear a familiar name mentioned by someone nearby. I take it you used to work for Pierre Renaudot as well. Oh, yes. I used to sell gossip to that self-important drunk. After all, he used to be the only game in town. Frankly, I'm glad to be free of that slimy weasel. You would, of course, rush to Pierre's defense if all those vile accusations weren't so true. Now I sell what I find to a far more reputable client. Oh, anything juicy lately? The younger man leans in. I myself heard the most fascinating things about a certain general in the military. The older man puts out his hand for the other one to stop. What are you doing? Why exactly would I share anything I've learned with you? We're competitors in this business. His new compatriot chuckles. Are we? All we have to do is share our gossip between ourselves and then sell it all to different newspapers on the same day. We each make twice the money. Well, I suppose that does make sense. I did learn something shocking about a prominent lawyer today. They lean in and start whispering to each other. Their voices are too low for you to hear from there. Approach the older one later to learn bourgeoisie gossip. Yeah. Ooh. Get closer and listen to both for a small amount of peril. I'll go for the old dude. I need the bourgeoisie thing, and I don't want to accidentally fail. Once he finished up and separates from his companion, you approach the old gossip catcher and offer him a similar exchange to the one he performed with his young compatriot. In exchange, he seems very amiable too. The two of you compare notes, and you walk away with some interesting gossip about the bourgeoisie. He walks away with a complete fabrication. You have acquired some cheap bourgeoisie gossip. Barely concealing a contemptuous smile, you slink home to jot down some valuable notes. A successful day, all in all. Nice. Go to the party. Yes, we'll wear... Let's wear this one for now. Alright. Assess preparations. We've got some... Oh, we got 100 credibility. You step down out of your carriage and hear the ripple of whispers that signal your arrival to any social event these days. There's a small line leading to the open field of richly appointed tents as guests are waiting to get in. While you're standing in this line, you manage to overhear an interesting rumor. You make a mental note of it, just in case. Cheap military gossip. A servant checks your invitation and everything seems in order. Sure, let's get rid of some peril, maybe? Alright, let the games begin. A pair of veterans are sharing stories of past glories, all of dubious authenticity. However, there may still be some valuable nuggets of truth in there. Of course, it would take some effort to convince them to tell you everything you know. A chambermaid has been charged with ooh, I kind of want to do this and get money. Unless there's something more interesting. Game of chance. pair of gentlemen are discussing yet another scandal that the military has been drawn into. However, this scandal is part of a pattern that leads some to question where the military's true loyalties should lie. Sure, let's do this one. You circle the party with a wide-eyed expression of feigned delight. It's not that you're not enjoying yourself, but it helps make it less noticeable that you're looking for promising targets of your inquiries. You come across a conversation between a bespectacled man and a dragoon. The unfamiliar guest is keeping a calm demeanor, but the young cavalryman is letting his fiery temperament get the best of him. Why is it that smaller people are always so quick to anger? Do they just have the same amount of color as everyone else, but less room to store it? First, it's excuses and pay shortages, but now we're dogged by yet another scandal. Even our weapons themselves are suspect. So I've heard, replies the gentleman. From what I know, soldiers in multiple battalions have found that they were sold crates of musket balls made from doctored lead. These brittle ammunitions barely fly through the air. Even if they do manage to find their mark, they harmlessly crumble to dust. He grimaces before returning to his normally neutral expression. It appears that the supplier of these musket balls is owned by a noble who is currently favored at court. So any investigations into this misdeed have merely fizzled out without answers. Ugh, the dragoon replies, spitting on the ground in disgust. If any of us did this, we'd swing from the gallows, and rightly so. It seems that even treason in the name of profit is acceptable, as long as you have blue blood flowing through your veins. Whose fault is this, really? You consider the implications of such a rumor. This is the Crown's fault. They have chosen to ignore an obvious crime. This is the military's fault for buying ammunition without testing it at all. They're both... Where's the... You're both at fault. I'll say it's the Crown's fault. I got some cheap Crown gossip. The entire thing is a disaster from start to finish. The gentleman shakes his head at the thought. Meredith curses the dragoon when he sees that you have overheard their conversation. Obviously, I find no fault with His Majesty King Louis the 16th. God preserve him. The military stands ready to defend him at a moment's notice. The corporal exclaims, forcing an excessive broad smile. Believing otherwise would be an unacceptable crime, and beneath me. As it happens, I think you're correct. This is the Crown's fault. I'd carefully consider my loyalty if I were you. The king is the only man that can help you. Don't worry, you have my discretion. There's no need to hide your anger. I mean, I already said it was the Crown's fault, so he's quite right, you know? Stefan says with a nod in your direction. If His Majesty isn't seeing to the best interests of his soldiers in potential matters of life or death, where can one expect him to do so? I can be unhappy with the state of affairs while still having my loyalties, unlike some of the people here, the corporal sneers. Oh no, my credibility. Slowly that sneer fades to something else, something more exhausted. Then again, perhaps you're right, and I just hoped it wasn't the case. At this rate, we need to look out for ourselves. The allegiance of one of the factions has just changed. While the Crown and Revolution will always oppose each other, the church, military, and bourgeoisie are currently undecided. Their allegiance will determine who they side with in the coming conflict between the Crown and the Revolution. Oh. Okay. Military move toward revolution a little. Conversation with the two of them continues at a pleasant pace for some time afterwards. It's nice to actually relax at one of these events. If one isn't careful, they could start to feel like work. And what would the point of that be? Eventually you say your goodbyes and part ways with them. You scan the party to see if there's anything else you can do before the party ends. That's the chambermaid thing. Sister of an artilleryman seems to know simply everything that her brother overhears in the barracks. But to learn more, you'll have to divert a tiresome bore who keeps interrupting. It appears that some guests have spilled their drink on you. Surely an apology is in order. A pair of veterans are sharing stories of past glories, all of dubious authenticity. However, there may still be some valuable nugget of truth in there. Of course, it would take some effort to convince them to tell you everything they know. Okay. Should I go to this one, or should we go here? You know what? Let's try this one. Maybe. Yeah, let's try this one. At this moment, you're in the middle of chatting with a woman who seems to be in possession of exactly the kind of rumors you're looking for. Her brother is an artilleryman, who also happens to gamble like a fiend, and loves telling stories about the last indecorous goings-on that he overhears in the process. While she hasn't gotten to the details yet, you know that whatever cheap rumors she has heard will concern the military. Just as you're about to learn what you need to know, another woman suddenly wanders into your conversation, gesturing to a flower arrangement on a nearby table. Oh, have you two heard that these flowers were gifted by the Duchess de Torzel? I had no idea. Are they from her personal gardens? Your conversation partner replies. You can feel the conversation pulling away, but you don't yet have what you need. Just let them talk about flowers. Can this wait? I have a lot of credibility. That ties in so well to the story that my friend was just telling. The story I was telling. Oh, I had no idea. Please do go on, the interloper replies, almost disoriented by the revelation that other people have interesting things to say. Yes. Where was I? Your storytelling acquaintance says before launching into further detail on the latest she has heard from her brother. Got some cheap military gossip. Nice. While you've carefully committed her story to memory, you still need to remain in this conversation for a little while, as exiting the moment you get what you want would arouse far too much suspicion. Just as you feared, this new interloper is extremely tiresome. Eventually, you manage to extract yourself from the conversation without absorbing too many insipid details about the Duchess de Torzel's gardener. Thank God. Painting was given to him by the Queen of England herself. Oh, should I be reading these? Alright, we need to go drop off this stuff. Oh, that's a lot of things that just appeared. Ooh, the dressmaker thing. I kind of want to do that one. Painter lady. I need to drop off the stuff, make money, but I'm gonna go do this. Walking through some newly familiar streets, you notice that a new cafe has opened. The smell of coffee hangs in the air, and a small crowd of citizens mill about outside to see what's going on. It's then that you recognize one of the people in the crowd. Fatima is pacing pensively back and forth outside the cafe, puffing so heavily on her pipe that it resembles a chimney. You decide to approach her. By the time she finally notices you, you're practically standing right next to her. Gasps and hops back from you with a start. I'm so sorry, Yvette. I must have been lost in my thoughts. Fatima, it's fine. Just breathe. This isn't the safest place to be distracted. Paris has more than a few villains in it. What is it that has you so worried? It's fine, just breathe.
Huh.
Fatima pauses her nervous pacing to breathe slowly in through her nose and out of her mouth. The breaths start off as shaky, but slowly become more uniform, and she stands up a touch straighter. I'm almost angry at how well that worked. Thanks, Yvette.
Huh.
It's just that my parents are waiting for me in the cafe, she says, pointing at the newly opened business with the stem of her pipe. We're just supposed to be meeting for tea, and I'm at my wit's end. They've always supported me. There's this pressure to succeed that's just overwhelming sometimes. I'm their only child, and I know that they gave me everything that they could, and there are times that I feel like I was a poor investment. She forces a smile before continuing. To be honest, my business at Le Petit Mogul has been struggling for months. In fact, your loyal patronage is one of the only reasons that I'm still in business. I know my parents, and the first thing they're going to ask me is how the store is going, and ugh, why am I telling a customer this? This is what my life has come to. I'm dreading that someone is going to ask how I'm doing. I'm either going to lie to them, or I'm going to tell them the truth and bear their disappointment. I don't even know which choice is worse. Yvette, you seem to have your life under control. What should I be doing here? Lying gets you nothing, and it makes you feel awful, so just tell the truth.
Huh.
Are you sure about that? Ugh, I hate how much sense you're making right now. If I am not honest with them, then I'll end up having to build new lies upon old lies, and that's just inviting the devil into your home. It can only bring problems. Well, here goes nothing. She sighs, steeling herself for what's to come. If all else fails, at least I'll get some good tea and pastries out of the bargain. She leaves to go inside, and you're left to consider your own life. Has the unvarnished truth always been the best choice for you? Perhaps it's just better for other people. As you don't want to make things awkward by lingering outside the very cafe where Fatima is meeting her parents, you decide to bring your day to an early close and head home. It wasn't a thrilling way to spend your day, but it certainly wasn't awful either. And that's why you should tell the truth. "25th of April, sure. Let's explore Paris." And I really need to go deliver stuff. Yeah, let's go here. Deliver. all this stuff. Thank you, madame. This is exactly the kind of salacious trash our esteemed, whatever that said, esteemed readers want, or something. 1 in 20 chance, sure. 1 in 10. Okay. 1 in 4. I'm just going to peddle the influence of that. Shocking gossip. A 1 in 3 chance, but worth 60. Do it. Want the money. All right. Where are we gonna go now? Oh, those two. Hold up. What am I supposed to be doing for our journal? 'Cause nothing available. I guess we'll do the perils of journalism. See what this is about. Traveling about town, you find yourself once more in a fountain square. You're not sure if you've been to this particular one before, but something feels distantly familiar. As you grow less distant, you realize exactly what's familiar. It's a certain overpowering cologne. There's only one man in Paris who snorted so much snuff as to think such a vile concoction was a good idea. In fact, someone is screaming at him right now. How dare you, you salacious cur! You've aired my private matters for all the world to see, and I've been nearly ruined. Pierre laughs nervously. Bonjour, I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific as to your identity. The man grabs Pierre by the shirt collar and drags the diminutive journalist closer. How about I knock some sense into you? Will you remember then? Now, this is a problem. If Pierre gets thrashed to death, there'll be nobody left to buy your gossip. Oh, bodyguard. I mean, I've got a lot of credibility, so... You can't kill him, not before I get my chance to hurt him. What? The man says, noticing you for the first time. This scoundrel has wronged you as well. Well, I am a gentleman, and I will let you have your satisfaction, he says, starting to walk away. Suddenly, he turns on his heel and swiftly punches Pierre in the gut. The journalist doubles over in pain. Now that I've acquired my own satisfaction, he gestures generously to Pierre, who's bent double in the road. He's all yours, madame. Nice. The assailant walks away, disappearing into the crowd. The indignities we suffer for exposing the truth, non? Pierre asks through a forced smile. Sure, I would be in far worse condition had you not intervened. He shuffles through his pockets and hands you a few coins as a bonus for your help. Nice. Need some money. You help Pierre back to his office, which is also where he lives. Once you're certain that he is not going to die of his injuries, you head back to your own place. It's a rough world out there. You look up at the sound of Camille knocking on your door frame. Good morning, madame. The house's rent is due today, as are Hansel and I's wages. Pay them. Merci beaucoup, madame. Neil leaves to deliver the money, and with that, business concludes. Your day may continue. Alright. Might buy another dress. Oh, what's this? Did I go there already? Maybe I should do this. Your exploration of the city extends later into the day, and you find yourself wandering relatively empty streets. Out of the corner of your eye, you spot a disreputable-looking man step out of an alleyway, glance about, and walk away at a faster than normal speed. This normally wouldn't be a cause for concern, as you've seen plenty of the city's criminal class on your walks. However, right before he passes you, you see him tuck a letter into his coat. A letter written on fine paper, sealed with the same colored wax used by Viscountess Marcel Defoe. Against your better judgment, you start following this suspicious man. You manage to stealthily shadow this man's twisting route for nearly half an hour, when he suddenly whirls about to turn on you. The dwindling sunlight glints off of a weapon in his hand. Who the devil are you? He spits. Your employer sent me to oversee this little job of yours.
Huh.
The employer sent you to follow me? Ugh, it's utterly typical. They were overbearing to begin with, and now they're jumping at every shadow. Of course they'd send some woman to supervise me. So what do you want with me then? Give me the letter. I'm the second stage for the delivery. The second stage. Nobody told me this delivery was gonna have so many moving parts. He sighs angrily. This operation is growing more slipshod by the day. I swear, after that business with the Baron de Marbo, everything has gone awry. Some days, it feels like I'm the last man left with any common sense. With that, he pulls the letter from his coat and hands it to you. Then, without another word, he storms away. He seems to be muttering something about incompetence under his breath. With the letter in hand, you press your back against a wall and make sure that you're alone while you learn something about your erstwhile nemesis. With a quick slice from a small knife you keep in your bag, you delve into the letter to see what Perfidy Marcel is up to. In this letter, you manage to find some damaging gossip. Extremely damaging, in fact. Ooh, outrageous crown gossip. Carefully rereading the letter again, you also manage to gain some knowledge about their future plots. It should be a little easier to sidestep their machinations now. Lost peril, that's good. Tucking the letter into your stays, you quickly head home before anyone has a chance to ask questions about your curious behavior. Night has fallen by the time you make it back to your house. This was a fruitful day indeed. Nice. Gonna make a quick save. Respond. Intimate party is sure to be the very height of merry celebration. Sure. What do we have now? I'm gonna go to this cafe, I think. Rolling through central Paris, you weave your way through crowds of excited students, pontificating intellectuals, and agitated artists. It feels like every corner is home to another gallery or part of the various academies strewn throughout the district. Your nose picks up the scent of fine coffee, and you find yourself subconsciously gravitating towards the origin of this delightful smell. The closer you get to the source of the scent, the thicker the crowds become. Eventually, you arrive at a bustling coffee house with large glass windows. The sign outside reads Café Principe. Your heart sinks at the sight of the massive crowd of students milling around outside the cafe. It doesn't look like you'll be able to get in at all. However, before you can give up on this venture, a woman in a coffee-stained apron emerges from the door. She loudly asks if any of the students are actually interested in buying anything, or if they're just haggling around to look important. Sensing the hostility in this rhetorical question, the students quickly dissipate. Satisfied, the woman in the apron heads back inside. With the doorway cleared, you happily enter Café Principe. Inside, the coffee house is packed with customers engaged in animated conversation, gesticulating wildly with cups of steaming coffee. Growing up, you were often told that religion and politics made for poor conversation, but it appears that none of these people got the same message. Finding a seat at an empty table, you're approached by the woman from before. Bonjour, madame. My name is Marguerite, and let me be the first to welcome you to Café Principe. What can I get you? What's going on here?
Huh.
You gesture around the cafe as you ask the question. The woman follows your gesture as it accidentally points toward a portly, older man surrounded by a group of politely giggling young women. Oh, that, she asks. That man is Monsieur Baumer. He is a regular. As for the women, they are prostitutes. Okay. At the sound of fresh giggling from Monsieur Baumer's table, she leans in close to you and whispers behind her hand, "He's not actually that funny. The laughing is just good for business." Is there anything else you'd like to know about? Actually start the tutorial. I meant the cafe. How do things work here?
Uh-huh.
Oh, the cafe, the woman exclaims, suddenly understanding your point. Don't worry, everything here is pretty simple. I've watched it play out with our patrons the same way every day for the last few years. First, you come in and sit down and order something. While we can't make you order anything, we would strongly prefer that you order some coffee. She stops to stare at you significantly for a moment. The coffee also perks you up and makes you less exhausted. If you're feeling tired, it's no substitute for sleep, but it's a start. After you get your drink, you can settle in alongside our patrons here. They're all obsessed with politics, so it's easy to find out who among the high and mighty is doing well at the moment. Everything's always shifting in Paris, so it's nice to come in regularly and stay informed. Once you've listened for a while, you'll probably get dragged into one of the debates. Be careful with your answers as news travels fast. Depending on who you support, you can earn favor with people from one faction but lose it with another. After that, you head home with a little more energy, a little more knowledge, and hopefully you're a little more well-liked. That's all there is, really. Now, if you can excuse me, madame, I must get back to my other tables. He favors you with a quick curtsy before leaving, and you get settled in. It feels familiar, like a louder and livelier version of Le Cygne, the public house you used to frequent back home. Taking out your journal and a pencil, you close your eyes and relax, just listening to the bustling cafe, not focusing on one individual but letting the sum total of the room flow into your ears, and assessing it all together. Occasionally, you open your eyes to jot down notes. Your journal has been updated with the standings of all the political factions in Paris. You can check this in the journal tab back at your home. After a few minutes, it becomes obvious that the crown is significantly more powerful than the revolution. While it might be possible for the revolution to make the crown give in to their demands, they would have to build strong alliances with the other factions in order to do so. Opening your eyes, you switch your focus to something more specific. You scan the room, looking at everyone's manner of dress and body language. You're looking for more subtle hints about where everyone's allegiances lie. More notes quickly scratched into your journal. Frowning in irritation, you look down at your notes and realize that there is no clear pattern in anything you've seen. It seems like the minor factions of the city are nearly equal in power, and this jumble makes it difficult to discern any additional information about them. Now that you have your bearings politically, you start becoming a little more involved with your fellow patrons. The cafe is bustling, with discussions swirling around you in an ever-flowing morass. Chairs scrape the floor as patrons get up to switch seats in order to be better positioned in their current debate. A disheveled woman is banging her fist on her table, claiming that officials who fail to pay the army's wages on time are actually thieves. You get drawn into a conversation about the revolution and the military. Nationalists are upset that the military has been dispersing protests, other political gatherings. Soldiers claim they follow their orders from the king as required by law. Okay. What say you? One of the patrons asks you suddenly. Thank you for the hydrate, Yummy. Here's. This game is kind of different. Too many big words, though. There aren't actually that many big words for me. I understand most of them. It's more just the words that are in a different language that mess me up. Not sure how to read them. I'm sure that someone who can speak French is probably just like smashing their head against a wall as I'm trying to butcher these words by speaking them. Let's see. What say you? One of the patrons asks you suddenly. Military is right. If you don't like how they act, then change the laws. The revolution is right. Soldiers must protect us from foreign tyrants, not assist local ones. That's a tough call, man. I mean, technically the military is just following the laws, the current laws, right? But then it also kind of makes them just like... I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I think that soldiers need to protect us from foreign tyrants, not assist local ones. The point of the military is to protect people from outside forces that are in problems to the people living in the country. At least one of the people in the discussion feels satisfied with that answer, but not everyone seems pleased. You're certain that your opinions will be known by nearly everyone in Paris by the time the next morning comes around. Okay. Gained favor with the revolution and lost favor with the military. Now late in the day, and while you're certain the conversations here will carry on long into the night, you feel like you've done what you came here to do. You say your goodbyes to the various patrons of the cafe and head home with a little more knowledge than you had before. Oh, it's time for a party! Wait, which one is this? They are the crown. That's the preparations. Oh, I'm exhausted. Okay. It didn't matter. Alright. While you're standing in this line, you manage to overhear interesting rumors. We got cheap crown gossip. I guess I'll pay to get rid of peril. Alright, let the games begin. Oh boy. Elizabeth has an urgent need of your help. It involves Marcel in some way, which means you know this can't be good. What is this? It wouldn't be a party held by the aristocracy if someone didn't challenge your qualifications. In fact, a gentleman is approaching you to do just that. However, if you manage to outwit him, you might be able to get something useful out of it. Alright, we're definitely doing this one. While it was a little bit of a tough start earlier on in the evening, you find yourself getting into a comfortable state. The wine is both flavorful and rich. The conversation is coming easily. It almost feels like you're actually able to relax. It feels like nothing in all the known world could possibly ruin your night.
Huh.
That is when Elizabeth rushes up from behind you and says, Yvette, I need your help. Marcel is here, and she says she needs to talk to me about you. You stand corrected. One thing could possibly ruin your night. What needs to be done? Just point me in her direction, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, there's only one thing we can do. Hide! What needs to be done? I don't know. All I know is that I need to make sure that I am not left alone with that woman. She is utterly unbearable, Yvette, Elizabeth groans. She commissioned me for a portrait a few years ago, and I almost couldn't finish it. The two of you see Marcel approaching, and the two of you steel yourself for the encounter, like sailors bracing for their vessel to be struck by a looming wave. An extremely pink, extremely tacky wave. Oh, bonjour, Elizabeth, Marcel gushes, her voice treacle sweet. I had no idea that you'd be here. What's an unbelievable coincidence? Wait, what the devil is she doing here? The poor dog. What the devil is she doing here? Marcel asked through gritted teeth. Ah, well, Yvette is... This nobody is a notoriously disreputable commoner who may ever have ties to those vile nationalists. I'm only looking out for your best interests, Elizabeth. Our associations reflect strongly upon us, and if I so remember, you may be in quite the dire situation yourself. Would you really want to endanger your position over something so trivial? Elizabeth almost looks on the verge of replying, but instead the words never manifest. Instead, she just glances unsteadily between the two of you. Don't be a fool. It's a simple choice. Clap slowly, a delightful performance. It might even work next time. Your name is a big word. That's what she said? What? Fine. You win for now, Marcel. I'll leave the two of you to your business. Alright, it's as you say, Marcel. I'm nobody. How could you be threatened by me? You hear a sharp gasp as listening guests latch on to that particular challenge. A lady of good standing should be above any challenge presented by a mere commoner. Well, that's certainly not a problem for myself at all, Marcel stammers, glancing cautiously at the growing crowd that is closely scrutinizing the three of you. Unfortunately for you, it has come to my attention that I have another urgent appointment awaiting me elsewhere, something far more worthwhile than the two of you. After pausing to glare some last daggers at you, Marcel storms away from you, her tiny dog yapping angrily at anyone nearby. Nice. Thank you for leaping to my defense like that, Elizabeth says with a sharp exhalation. I don't know why I started to freeze up like that. I just... Thanks. Just thanks. Elizabeth, please. I'm always available to rescue you. Think nothing of it. I relish any opportunity to ruin that woman's day. Don't worry, such slips happen to us all. I will do the second one. With your hated foe gone, you and Elizabeth continue your conversation together, quickly finding a pleasant rhythm. Eventually, the two of you part ways, and you decide to see what else you can accomplish at this party before the evening comes to a close. Let's see. That's a lot of potential rewards. Conversation with a clever woman could yield some valuable results. But first, you'll have to find a way to divert a certain meddlesome musician. Two guests in the room seem absolutely paralyzed with the weight of the rumors that they bear within their hearts, but neither of them are willing to speak for fear of discovery. Perhaps if you were to get one of them alone, things would be different. A couple here is telling stories, some of which have proven to be bawdier than others. If you're willing to brave risks of impropriety, the rewards might be valuable indeed. A guest has apparently been entrusted with valuable knowledge, only to make the mistake of getting extremely drunk afterwards. A single chambermaid has been told to watch over him. But you've never been one to let such a petty obstacle get in your way. Tempted to do either the musician one or this one? We'll do this one. You come across two people speaking in low voices to each other. Their entire persons give off an aura of both nervousness and excitement. Practically reeks of secrets, and it draws you in like a moth to a flame. I would of course tell you more about what I know about the church, but the risk of being discovered is too great. I'm of the same mind regarding my news from within the crown. What if my indiscretions were to become known? The damage to my reputation with them would be swift and severe, the man replies with an intense seriousness. I suppose that means neither of us can disclose what we've overheard. The silence between them is so tense that it feels like they're absolutely bursting with the desire to spill everything they know. You've seen less tension between young men and women who have just realized that they like each other.
Huh.
Perhaps for the sake of discretion, we should be apart for the moment. I should follow the gentleman who claims to know something about the crown. Woman who claims to know something of the church would be useful. This amateurish sleuthing is beneath me. I'm gonna follow the dude. You follow the gentleman, leaving behind his female companion. Soon you catch up with him in a different room, so as not to arouse too much suspicion. Bonjour, madame. I don't think I've seen you before. Do you come to such events often? It barely takes any prodding on your part to get him to talk. Nice. Got some cheap gossip. Of course, obtaining secrets from someone who is terrible at keeping them essentially means that your being discovered is all but inevitable. Damn. Once you've obtained the gossip from them, it's like a floodgate has been opened and you find them to be surprisingly entertaining. This conversation that follows is quite amusing, if a touch difficult to keep up with. Eventually they're pulled away, so they can be introduced to another guest. Perhaps it's time to see what else you can accomplish while you're here. Okay. Have to buy some new dresses. Running out of novelty. I think I'm going to stop there for today because my voice is starting to die a little bit, but we'll continue this tomorrow before the weekend. And yeah, I'm enjoying this a lot. It's lots of fun. Hopefully I'm not butchering the words too badly, but the French words. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. You the bestest. No, you. Alright. Well, that is gonna be it for today. I need to rest my voice so that I have a voice for tomorrow. But as always, if you guys are new, I do have a Discord, I have a YouTube channel. Also, thank you to those of you that came in on a raid earlier today. Fall King, thank you for the raid. Thank you. And if you guys stuck around from that raid this long, you're crazy. But thanks. Appreciate you. A fun little dating sim. Is it a dating sim? I don't know. The background music was relaxing. That's good. I'm glad. I hoped it wasn't annoying. Because I feel like some people it can be annoying too, but I like it. It adds like, it gets me into it. It's great. Anyways, I'm gonna drop you guys that are in Twitch off somewhere if I can find somebody to drop you off at. Let's see if anyone's live. I'll just drop you off at Danny's again. He's busy playing through the Claire Obscure game. And as always, we are going to be meme rating him. So you don't have to stick around if you don't want to, but I'm gonna meme rate him. And also, thank you to those of you on YouTube that were watching. Appreciate you guys. But yes, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna rest my voice and we'll play a little more of this tomorrow before the weekend. Also, this game, we're just playing it until next Thursday. So hopefully we can finish it by then, but I don't know how many hours it takes to get through it. I just wanted to play it because it seemed like a fun game to play before we play Silksong, which is coming out on Thursday next week. So that's the plan. Alright guys, I'm gonna drop you off at Danny, and I'll see you all tomorrow. And yeah, have a wonderful rest of your day, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. And if I don't catch you tomorrow, have a wonderful rest of your day and your weekend. Alright, guys. Love your butts. I'll see you then. Bye-bye!
Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Go home, Joe. All the way. Good boy. Goodbye, Joe.